Good morning and welcome to the 2023 Welsh Parasurfing Championships. We've got a pretty good set coming through here at the Wave in Bristol. The least that we can expect, of course, and it's a nice afternoon. Surfers are on their way into the water. I think there's going to be a lull after this set and then we're going to be underway. I'm Tom Anderson. I'm joined with Sam Bleakley. How are the conditions looking this morning, Sam?
Well, it's absolutely ideal for the parasurfing community to be here at this wave garden, wave making technology, because we got that consistency. We know exactly when and where the waves are going to break. And we're kicking off with the Pron 1 division, which is the Pron assist. So each surfer riding Pron has a pusher and a catcher, and we'll have 4 surfers competing in the first heat, followed by another 4 in the second heat. We've got Andy Guy, Tasha Davies, Mark Hager and Jose Martinez. Jose is a former ISA World Parasurfing champion, so the stakes are high and it's going to be a really exciting day, and I know that all of those parasurfers tuning in will be grateful that we've actually got a live webcast, because this is something special. It represents the growth of the international parasurfing community.
Yeah, and here at this setup that we've got here at the Wave, of course, we know exactly when the wave is going to come, we know how many waves there's going to be, we know the sizes, and so you can see now the surfers are setting themselves down. It looks as though it's going to be Tasha Davies in the white who's going to be going on the first wave. And yeah, you mentioned there Jose Martinez. It is great that this contest here, this Welsh event is able to moved. We're very grateful to the Wave. You know, we've had a little bit of ambiguity over the future of the surf setup at Snowdonia, where this contest has formerly been held, but it's great that the Wave have stepped in.
Absolutely, Tom. It's just super exciting, and we already know that the Wave have embraced the parasurfing community since day one. Accessibility was a key part in the design of the Wave, and also we know from 3 times ISA World champions who surf here regularly, like our surfer
it's a training
from
venue.
the visually impaired classification, Melissa Reed.
3 times world champ, yeah. Absolutely,
the training opportunities that the Wave has given her have been allowed to take her all the way to those 3 gold medals, and a
WSL debut last week in Newquay as well. Yeah,
absolutely. You come off the back of having commentated there, and what was it like seeing Melissa surf in that event?
It was emotional, I have to say, because I think somebody go on that journey and here we go, we've got the set coming along. Yeah, we'll have a chance to talk about that down the line. I think it looks like it's going to be Tasha Davies in the white first.
Absolutely. So Tasha Davies from Bournemouth started surfing more recently at Bournemouth Pier after being inspired by the English nationals in Newquay, and she's up and riding, Tom. That looks like an absolute beauty to kick things off.
Oh yeah, she gets through that first section, and this is the bit where the wave will speed up a little bit and she trims really nicely onto that inside rail. Heading through, there's a little section coming here, and we're going to see if she can get through that. Holds on, comes right the way through, and then up and riding behind her in the red, this is Andy Guy, and he's right down there in the pocket, gets a nice little bit of speed going through that inside section there, and here comes that really challenging little inside section. It gets a lot shallower there. Mark Hager behind in the yellow. You can see the catchers picking the surfers up. Mark did really well in the practice session earlier, and he's really getting on the rail there. Using this particular heat here, or the last of the first round. This is Martinez, the former world champion, as you mentioned, and using the feet as well there, I think, to get a little bit of extra movement going through that inside section, and then
that was brilliant.
Yeah.
I love Mark Hager's control. You know, he's a long-time surfer. He's got a real ability to read the waves. It's high degree of difficulty through that last section, but Jose Martinez, we immediately see that his climbing and dropping was outstanding. He really engaging that rail, really projecting high in the lip, a lot of maneuvers.
Yeah, and I think weighting down with the lower body there to really engage the fins. And we started talking about him. It must be exciting for the other surfers to be in a heat with him, because he is a bona fide star of the adaptive surfing world, isn't he? And the fact that he's come over to do this event is fantastic.
Absolutely. But Andy, Tasha and Mark, they've all competed for Team England at the ISA Para World Championship. Last year I saw a fantastic heat between Mark Hager and Andy Guy in the quarterfinals together, so they've all got that international experience. Tasha unfortunately wasn't at the ISA Parasurfing Championship last year, but she was at previous years. So
Yeah.
all of these surfers have got great international experience. And what's really beautiful about the prone assist classification is the subtleties, the nuances of just those really precise direction changes by really using the upper body to engage that inside or outside rail. It's about that line, and some of the maneuvers will be quite subtle, but the judges will recognize the variety and the degree of difficulty.
And you see Martinez there is really interesting.
First wave of red,
We've
3.5.
got the scores are going through to them. You see it's a 3.5
First wave of
for
white,
Andy.
2.33.
Tasha with the 2.33.
First wave of blue, 6.17.
And it looks to me like that's
First
going to be out
wave
in
of
front
yellow,
there for...
4.67.
Yeah, okay, so great score there. Jose Martinez going out in front with the 6.17.
Yeah, and
And-
you could see Mark Hager coming in second there, Tom, and I really love the way Mark Hager used that inside section. I think for Jose, he really engaged immediately from takeoff with some critical high degree of difficulty, radical attacking surfing, and that was why his score went higher than the other surfers.
Use there, you know, the fins are important, and I've seen in these prone categories the way the moving the body weight down onto the tail and up off the tail again, and using what he can of the lower limb as well there to sort of trail in the water and give that board a little bit of extra kind of connection with the wave face.
Absolutely. One of the Zen masters of the prone category is Jesse Balawa from the USA.
Of course, yeah,
and
yeah.
what you'll notice with the surfboard design is a lot of these athletes will have their fins quite far up the board.
Yeah.
And you know, because of the application of body weight is not the foot on the tail, it's the upper body, and the fins further up create a looser board. So kicking off there with Jose out there in front. But Tasha's got that 2.33, so Andy Guy's got that 3.5. He'll like that. All of these surfers are looking to carry their highest two waves to win gold
And
here.
here we go, Davis up and riding again, out onto that shoulder, which slows down a little bit, and then she's looking to find the pocket, gets that inside rail engaged, and you can see now it's almost as if she's learning from what she's seen of the other guys already, and straightens out and on the out back then. It looks like Martinez is going to go second this time, and that was a really nice little snap right off the top, and tracks down to the inside, gets into that pocket, moves the weight towards the front of the surfboard there, and as close as you can get really on that inside section to trimming his way. You know, I suppose a little bit of a head dip going on there. I think we've lost Andy Guy just behind
Yeah,
that.
he took a fall, but Mark Hager out back there. Now, you look at that beautiful redirect, a full cut back there, and again, just engaging that inside rail and then locking in and really in that bowl section. So he's looking to replace that 4.67, and I like the degree of difficulty in that opening turn. I almost feel as if that might be a bigger score than his first ride.
Well, we're going to learn about the judging here, aren't we, and where the judges are placing the importance on, you know, manoeuvres out the back over manoeuvres on the inside, because you're exactly right. It was that first manoeuvre out the back for Hager this time round. Not as much work done on the inside as perhaps on his first wave this time, so it'll be really interesting to see where they go in relation to the first score.
So with regards to the criteria, Tom, the judges are analysing the following major elements when scoring a ride out of 10. The commitment and degree of difficulty, the innovative and progressive manoeuvres, the combination of major manoeuvres, the variety of manoeuvres, and speed, power and flow. So if we think back to our surfer from the US of A, from Los Angeles, from Compton, Jose Martinez, his first ride coming in at a high 6.17, it really demonstrated that speed, power and flow, but also variety of manoeuvres, really engaging that rail. But you have to recognise that a rail engagement in the prone assist can be extremely subtle. I mentioned Jesse Balawa, who's not here, but one of the multiple world champions in this classification. Watching him is absolutely incredible, because how subtly he will just tweak that upper body to engage that rail and flow and connect through sections. And sometimes for the likes of Jesse Balawa, it's that overall flow from takeoff into the channel that really delivers that high score.
2.77.
So the scores are dropping with the seconds here, and I think you're right, Sam. We're going to see.
7.33.
Now that's interesting that they go for the second of yellow slightly under, only just. So clearly the judges are looking to that inside, and then it's interesting that last wave of the surfer in blue, a 7.33. Now, just those of you who are viewing at home, you've got Jade Edward on your screen as the surfer in blue, but we can confirm that that is Jose Martinez, and you know that'll be updated as the day moves forward. 7.33, so that's, the judges are still leaving a little bit over on the scale there, but
yeah,
best wave we've seen of the heat so far.
Absolutely, and Tasha there, she improved on her score, so she got a 2.77. So all of these surfers are going to have an opportunity to ride multiple waves in this first heat, and they will repeat this experience tomorrow, and then they will carry their top 2 scoring rides to determine who wins the golds, the silvers, and the bronzes and the coppers.
Yes.
So it's a really great format because you really have that opportunity to build on things. And what will be interesting psychologically for these athletes is now knowing 2 scores dropped, it's down to risk, degree of difficulty, and it's that combination of how much risk you take, and then obviously the consequence of that is the wipeout, versus just those clean controlled rides that allow you to finish the wave but they might not go past the 5-point mark.
And Martinez, of course, from this point forth for the rest of the event, anything under 6.17 is not really any use to him. So, and here we go up and
so
right
he
in
can
the
take
white.
a lot of risk.
Yeah, and taking a bit of risk there already, Tasha Davis on her first, and I wonder whether they might give us one extra wave here for Tasha to just get herself out of that impact zone. Yeah, they do.
And that's probably the situation where Tasha's thinking in her head, you know, I can go hard on this, so I'm going to take more of a straight drop so that I can come hard off the rail, as we see Jose Martinez up and riding.
And looking to replace the 6.17, this time it's a really drawn out roundhouse, and then looking for that fast section again, off the bottom, off the top, and then coming through the inside and looking again to engage with a roller coaster type turn off the inside, and then just runs out into the deep water behind him in the red Andy Guy. And now he's got time to chase Martinez down, going trimming fast through this section here, looking for a big inside turn, but that one deepens on him a little bit, so maybe needs to place that turn a little bit further up the wave. And then here we go in the yellow, Mark Hager.
And look at this bowl section here. So he's already done a really nice cutback on that opening takeoff like he did on his wave 2. And on his wave 3 day, also did that nice start. But that inside section is where he really got that big score on his first ride. And he does come unstuck then, just getting a little bit too deep. But again, he knows he can take some risks.
Yeah.
Really fantastic surfer, long history of surf travel, really embraced the parasurfing community. Mark Hager, super cool guy, and he'll be building up to the opportunity to hopefully represent his country at the Parasurfing World Championship in November in Huntington, which will be coming up soon. And it's a big time for the parasurfing community because the international, the IPC, and the Paralympic community have recognised and shortlisted parasurfing for potential inclusion in the Los Angeles 2028 Paralympic Games, and that decision will be confirmed later this year. So that will be a game changer for all these athletes, because if it is included, it not only does it facilitate the opportunity to win Paralympic gold, it also allows the governing bodies of the sport nationally to invest funding in equipment, in training, in all the types of things that turn good athletes into world champions and gold medalists.
And there will be some eyes on Huntington Beach
Absolutely.
as a venue as well, because if Los Angeles gets the go-ahead, then obviously the surf spots around Los Angeles will be Huntington will be one of the likely candidates for that. So there'll certainly be Olympic visitors there in this event, and I suppose in much the same way as there was that little spell where the ISA Worlds was sort of trying to showcase what surfing could do as an Olympic sport, that's exactly where parasurfing is at now.
Yes, yeah. It's really exciting, and Dana Cummings and Llewellyn Williams, they will be people really excited about that.
0.83.
And so we've got a couple of the scores dropping here now.
Yellow, 3.17.
So red does improve, Andy does improve on his heat total. Tasha doesn't, and
6.5.
neither does Hager, but they've got nothing to lose here in terms of going for it. And then
So we had a name change.
a slight improvement for Martinez on his first, and you can see that we've now got the right name on the screen there. Now, if you are tuning in because you'd like to see Jade Edward, worry not. Jade will be in the next heat, and she'll be surfing in white in the next heat, so they'll be getting themselves ready.
I've actually loaned my skateboard to her older sister Lindsay,
I
and
saw
I
that,
met
yeah.
Lindsay at the Parasurfing World Championship last year, and I did notice that she loves the opportunity to get some attention. So a little bit of chit chat about how she was, and then she was on me. Now she's borrowing my skateboard, so she'll be cheering on Jade. Jade will be with all of the Scottish parasurfing community, and Jade's a fantastic surfer, very new to surfing. But you will see in the next heat that she's got a lot of skills. You see Andy Guy up and riding, Tom.
And he's looking to replace that low score of a 3.5 at the moment. And I think this time he's got a good chance if he can get a nice turn off on the inside here. Goes for a bit of speed going through onto that inside rail. So the cutback not as pronounced for me as it was on the other two waves, but this time getting more of a little bit more work done on the inside. So surfers go into this kind of feedback loop with the judges. In the yellow behind, Hager, and he's looking to build. He did improve second time round. No, he didn't actually, did he? And he goes down the inside, a bit of speed here, and gets a bit more work done on the inside as well. So something for the judges to have a good think about. And behind that, it looks like it's going to be Tasha. Now, she still really dealing with the throwaway score for a second, so she gets through that first cutback section.
Nice wall ahead of her there.
Yeah,
Just look at the
looking good.
positioning. She's so beautifully tuned into that
Perfect
section,
trim.
almost getting tubed there.
Perfect trim. So she's going to improve her score there, I'm pretty certain. And then we're going to have a little look now, looking to replace a 6.5. It is the leader at the moment, Martinez, of course. I won't call him the... Oh, and look at that on rail there, a proper snapback right down into the power pocket. Bit more speed, bleeds the speed off. Oh, almost free falls back in, and a third time, and gets on the rail and makes a connection through to that inside there.
Brilliant stuff. I mean, he just put everything into that.
That's the wave of the day for me.
He's already dropping high scores in the 6s and 7s, and you felt like that was even better. So that could well go into the excellent range.
I repeatedly say this, Sam. I am not a judge, and if I was a judge, I wouldn't be a very good one.
So a little bit
I
about
reckon
Jose.
that's going in wave of the day.
Jose from LA, from Compton, a triple amputee. He's the 2021 ISA World Champion. He was in the army in 2012 and stepped on an IED and lost both legs and his right arm. 2 years of recovery and depression and opiate addiction, but surfing was his savior, and he soon became that world champion, and he's a real role model for the parasurfing community. And what we saw then was somebody who psychologically knows how to build on their scores. It's a big thing that coaches talk about with athletes who surf competitively, is that you need to build on those scores. If you've already got 2 decent scores, why not take some risks?
Yeah.
Take the chance of going higher than that, and that's exactly what we just saw from Jose.
Yeah, and I would. You can see the judges are having a bit of a think about it. Now there is a 1 point riders dropped in for Jose there on the scoreboard,
That
which
was
I
his
think
wipeout
is the
ride
wipeout
before.
one. Yeah, so there's another one still to come. Currently carrying a low score of 6.5. Now I don't say heat leader because both these heats we're running on a kind of leaderboard system. So
Absolutely. So all these surfers will surf again tomorrow. So it's not just the first 2 getting through. It's the surfers carrying their top 2 scores, which will go towards that leaderboard and crown our gold medalists.
Yeah, and Martinez as well now often does quite a lot of work with motivating others. He's a motivating character, a little bit in that kind of tradition of you mentioned Jesse Bilauer earlier, one of the world's great motivational speakers, and often it's that adversity that these guys have faced that gives them that kind of mindset that allows, and you can see the volunteers are there on the inside. You can see them. So these are the pushers and the catchers, and often you talk to these guys about the work that they do, and they find that for them they're meeting their heroes when they're out there surfing with people like Jose Martinez. We've got a set coming through here now.
So it's Andy Guy from Bobby Tracy in Dartmoor, Devon, just near Exeter there. He came 4th in the 2022 English Adaptive Open and 11th last year at the 2022 ISA Parasurfing World Championship.
Drops into that one a little bit, fades it back, so he was staying pretty close to the wall, and this is going to give him a real good launch through the racetrack section here. Goes from one rail to the other and again, and then takes a low line through this fast section on the inside, and then just goes for the lip line, and they're going to pick him up there, and then behind looking to see what she can do about the 2.43 on her last wave. So her scores are building steadily here now. Tasha, and gets a really nice line going through here, right down in the pocket, looking to see if she can find that speed line. Very close to the barrel on that one again. Out back, here we go. Mark Hager. And again, that first section is once they come out of that where the wave speeds up. Now he goes a little higher this time. Off the top twice there, coming through to the inside. Good bit of speed, weights and unweights. And going to make a nice completion. Behind him, absolutely going ballistic, it's Martinez. And again, spray coming out the side of that wave. Off the bottom, just draws a fast line through that inside, redirects and tracks back towards the whitewater, looking to see if there might be a chance to go for one more turn here, and makes another reform again.
He connected that
How's
so
he done
beautifully. Look, he's still riding all the way through to the inside.
And look at the stoke. Look at the stoke.
Brilliant vibes from Jose.
It's absolutely
Martinez.
infectious. Look at that stoke.
I mean, that was incredible the way he read that wave. But all of the surfers, I got a little flash of the great Sam Bloom when I was watching Tash Davies there. Sam Bloom is a gold medalist in the women's prone assist classification from Australia. A fantastic book and film called Penguin Bloom tells the story of Sam Bloom's accident that pushed her towards the parasurfing community. But Sam Bloom, watching her, she's again got that beautiful connection to the breaking energy of the wave, and I really like the way Tash locked into that section. I like what I saw from Mark. You know, he went for those opening critical maneuvers out back. He also made it through that inside section. Andy there taking a high degree of risk again through that inside section. So all of the surfers really starting to recognise that it's either go hard out back and maybe risk the wipeout, or make sure you connect through the inside. But on that inside, when it glasses up, there is another opportunity for some rail engagement and a completing, a finishing manoeuvre.
Now, I think that we'll see a very slight improvement from Mark, in my opinion. But as I say repeatedly, I'm not a judge, and if I was one, I wouldn't be that good. Looking to replace a 4.5 as his low score. Yeah, I think it'll be close. I reckon blue, though. I think Jose Martinez is going to take a pretty commanding lead with 4 surfers surfed so far. There's going to be 4 more to come, so we're going to have a leaderboard of 8 surfers. Do you reckon he's in on top of the 6.5 on that last one, Martinez?
I think it was, I don't think it was his best wave.
It's not the 733, I don't think
it was his best wave. He definitely felt good about it because it crowned off a really good session. But I'm really interested to see what score Mark Hager gets from Bournemouth, from Boscombe Beach. He got in the quarterfinals last year in the RSA World Parasurfing Championship in Pismo. He's the 2022 Welsh Adaptive Surf Champion. So you saw Mark competing
That's Snowdonia last year. I did, yeah.
And were you impressed with his performance up there?
Yeah, well, on that wave, of course, you've got less of that kind of tapered shoulder, and the wave stands up the whole way across. So he kind of was able to sort of plan his way across that wave and put in several really big manoeuvres. And here, I think it's interesting, the first 5 waves, there'll be 5 more waves to go tomorrow. You can see Hager, he's in that conversation with himself about where exactly to put the sort of most risky surfing in. It's worked this time, and look at that, all 4 surfers, Sam, have got waves that have gone into their top 2 on that 5th wave. So you can actually see these surfers dialing the wave in during that heat.
And that's going to give a lot of positive motivation for the other athletes coming up in their respective heats and classifications, because they have recognised the value of this system, the fact that they get the chance to build on those scores.
And a 7.27 there for Martinez, so only 600ths of a point shy of his first score. So that's a huge total score of 14.6 on the leaderboard. It's going to take some beating, and obviously he's going to be trying to beat it himself as we continue tomorrow.
And we felt like it wasn't perhaps going to beat that second score, that 7.33, but we knew it would be close. It did come out very, very close. But like you said, the fact that all of these surfers have improved on their situation in those last scores, but they'll be carrying their top 2 scores across both days. So it might be that some of those surfers actually get their highest 2 scores tomorrow. But I think that Mark Hager, Andy Guy, Tash Davies, Jose Martinez, they will be so proud of their performances, because first heat in the water, you know, the first experience of the athletes connecting with what the judges might be rewarding, and of course a lot of nerves when you're that first heat in the water.
And they've bedded in, and I think surfing against their own scores to start with. Coming up, we're going to be going into heat 2 of Pron 1, and we've got a surfer from Switzerland coming up, Corey Ohen, and then we've got Jade Edward this time, off a semi at Pismo Beach, and Jade, she's a youngster, she's either 10 or 11 years old, I think she's 11, and then we've got another Scots girl, Lily Noble, coming up, and then another big name at this event, Hannah Dines. Tell us a little bit about Hannah Dines, Sam.
Yeah, Hannah, she was born in Manchester but grew up in Glasgow, and she got into surfing working with Surfability UK, but she's a Paralympian. She was in the GB cycling team for the Rio 2016 Paralympics, and she worked as a pundit, as a commentator on cycling for the Tokyo Paralympics. She has cerebral palsy, she's a writer and activist, and she has developed in some incredible breakthroughs in adaptive surfing equipment. She is currently working with a brand that makes special grips, developing the first ever adaptive deck grips through a company called Surf Deck, and she rides JP boards. Of course, you're a proud Welshman.
South
you know
Wales,
that JP, she rides the El Scorchio model, normally a 6'6". JP, of course, one of the iconic shapers of Europe, but also somebody who's been at the forefront of adaptive and parasurfing, having made boards for seated surfing for Ben Clifford's Surfability CIC based in Caswell.
Yeah, and JP's also been working quite closely with Llewellyn Sponge Williams, who we'll see coming up later, Wales' first ever world surfing champion.
That was a special moment. I had the joy of commentating in that final, and of course Mark Mono Stewart, the multiple world champion, stalwart Australian in the Neil category. That was the challenge, and he rose to the occasion, having got that interference call the previous
year before, when he would have probably won the heat. Yeah.
Losing that gold in the dying seconds, and it was such a beautiful moment to see him not crumple under pressure, do the job, but not only do the job, have to surf with excellent range scores the whole way through to beat the competitors in the final, and that was really something that he thoroughly deserved, and it really was the springboard to the momentum he's had in the last year, and we've seen him surfing in Hawaii, surfing in the Parasurf League in Costa Rica, in South Africa. We've got events coming up in France, and the energy that Sponge is bringing to the Parasurf community. I mean, Abersoch, I mean, they must be so proud of their local lad going this far.
Well, it's by far and away the biggest name in surfing to come out of Abersoch to date. Now, you mentioned just then JP or Johnny Purton, the shaper. Now, Sponge has been driving down that A470, that famous mountain road,
the mountain road
between North Wales and South Wales, repeatedly through the winter, and working very closely on equipment. Now, he looked really sharp in the warm-up earlier. Sponge did.
He was
He's
red
hot, take some beating
on a red-coloured board.
And he says that the really big change for him now is that, you know, his equipment is the best that it's been. So it's really interesting to hear that Hannah Dines has also been working with JP then on her equipment. I suppose she's bringing not necessarily, you know, the technological know-how from cycling will transfer over to surfing, but that mindset, that way of thinking about how to use equipment. You know, I think surfing, like cycling, is a sport where, you know, there are kind of, there's the conditions, there's you, and then there's your equipment, and dialing those three things in together is a really important process. So I'm just really interested to hear that she's brought that kind of approach that the cyclists might take over to surfing and to surfing equipment.
And to be a Paralympian, Melissa Reid is another Paralympian here, competing 3 times ISA World Surfing Champion, but also a Paralympian medalist in triathlon. And I think that those athletes bring something extra special to the parasurfing community, and when, I say when, of course it's not certain, but there's a lot of positivity around this decision. When and if parasurfing gets in the Paralympics, these women will have so much more to offer, because they've not only have they got the surfing skills and experience, but they've also got that Paralympic experience, and that there's so many extra elements of funding that come into play when those sports get into that Paralympic list. It really, really is game changing.
And what a dream that is, to also be a Paralympian in more than one sport.
Yeah, incredible. And it's testament to all the hard work and the training, and it's the cycle of Paralympics. To think about it, it's so long, the sense of these 4-year cycles where you're building up to that one day, those 3 days, that 1 week, those 2 weeks, and when
one wave,
and when you start to hear stories of some of the things that people go through, I mean, shifting over from Paralympics to Olympics, the likes of Usain Bolt, room sharing with another Jamaican athlete to win those gold medals,
Johan Blake, I think,
a huge
at the time.
guy like that, room sharing, you think these people are going to be, having the best hotel and the most kind of exclusive service, but they're just normal human beings at the top of their athletic prowess, but they're also having to deal with all of those things like, time zone difference, diet, sleep patterns, and then they've got to go out there and prove it under pressure. But what's so special, Tom, for me about having surf events at wave making technology like the Wave Bristol is the fact that we know the waves are going to be here. We don't have to have that waiting period, which is something you have to factor in to a surf event at the Paralympics. And of course, in the past, the fact that there is that waiting period has limited some of the bigger opportunities for surf events. So I do think for the Paralympic community, the opportunity to have big events at wave making technology is really exciting.
Yeah, and Los Angeles has already got a couple of different bits of technology in place, hasn't it? And so that'll be an interesting bit of that conversation, and it'll be interesting to see what happens at Huntington Beach.
But it's a very consistent part of the Pacific.
Yes, it is.
And the whole Pacific coast is one of the more consistent surf zones, and I think that goes in their favour massively.
Yeah, I think the last time Huntington Beach wasn't surfable, Captain James Cook was probably sailing around around the Pacific, and also consistently pretty user-friendly, really. You can use that little paddle out alongside the pier. We got our own pier here, by the way. That is the word that is used by the locals. The pier, and then we've got the wave making. That the sort of hub is up there in that building that you can see, and you see now. First wave is always a throwaway. Second wave, perhaps in a free surf, somebody would go on, and then it's this third wave now where we're going to see the surfer in blue,
Hannah Dines,
and up and riding the former Paralympian, goes for a nice smooth cut back there, and then looking for that inside section, gets onto that inside rail, a good bit of speed, transitions between the rail a couple of times, and then a bit of speed line through this one. She's going to get a good make all the way through on that one.
And you could really see that rail engagement, Tom, the spray coming off that inside rail. When she was leaning in, you really saw that spray coming up, and that to me demonstrated high degree of difficulty, great control, and potentially a really strong score.
Yeah, and Lily Noble in the yellow is going behind, and just got a little bit stuck behind that section, but made a really super late takeoff, and then up and riding here in the white Jade Edward.
Oh, look at this section.
And right in the curl on that one. Oh, spectacular.
So this is where the pushers and the catchers really cooperate.
Got to do their work.
Yeah, you'll see the pusher will body surf in on the second wave, and then the catcher immediately goes to the athlete and just makes sure they're safely either back on their board or out of that foamy surf zone. And safety is paramount when it comes to the whole Pron Assist system, and all of these athletes and their team are really fine-tuning their system so that they can react as soon as possible when any of these athletes have had a wipeout.
Yeah, and so there's going to be a little bit of time here now. I think we haven't got Corey Owen here at the moment in the red. We'll see if we can find out why that is. So there's a little bit of time now for the surfers to make their way out. Now they need a little bit of help, because that is actually quite a lot of water moving. Sam, I'm sure you've surfed out there plenty of times. It's not that easy to make the first couple of sort of 10-15 yards of the paddle back out, is it?
Absolutely, and also if you develop experience here, you start to take a lot for granted, but it's when you come and surf with a friend who's learning that you remind yourself of all the challenges. So
Yeah.
a couple of weeks ago I came with my 9-year-old son, and I really got to remind myself of all of the things he would go through with the takeoff, with the fact that if you do wipe out, that you have to kind of not move out to the shoulder to get in the way of the next surfer, but
Stay
let
in the white water, yeah.
take you back almost towards the wall and then come across. And
Which
those
leaves you
types
with a
of-
longer way back out then, doesn't it? Yeah.
Exactly, but see how quick Jade's team got her back on the board
Yeah.
and back out. And Jade is she captured the imagination of so many of the spectators, the parasurfing community, and the competitors at the World Championship last year in Pismo.
Semi-finals.
Yeah, she was just incredible, and the pride that was on show with her family and her surf team there, and of course the Surfable Scotland Parasurf community have done so much to create opportunities for the likes of Jade and Lily, and it's really great to see them here at the Wave in Bristol.
And Jade yet to turn teenage, so she's already competed in a World Championships. I mean, what an eventful life already. At the age of 2, she was unfortunately struck with meningitis, which is the reason why she's competing as a para-athlete now. And so to have gone through that, and then by the time you turn teenage, to have already competed in a World Championships and semi-finaled in it, and now here she is at the Welsh Adaptive event. So it's just it's a privilege to have her here. Now they're going to wait.
So,
And
Tom, Hannah got the best of that exchange as we expected. She got that 4.67. Jade
Yeah,
got
it's a
that
good first score,
2.67.
that, yeah.
And Lily, she just got a little bit hung up on the first wave, and the next wave she just wasn't able to get out on the open face. So that's why her score was under 1. It was a 0.83. But Hannah looked fantastic. There's a lot of features about Hannah's surfing that excite me as somebody who could potentially medal at the World Championship. But
Yeah.
it's the control, it's the presence, and again we might get the opportunity to watch it here. When she engages that inside rail, Tom, just look at the flow of spray, a combination of a good surfer, a good athlete, and great surfboard design.
yeah, absolutely. And you can see that surfboard from here looks pretty narrow, which is why she's able to pull it round as quickly as she did just then. And I love the colour on it as well. Drops down into the face there, a little bit of a free fall, and a super fast inside section on this one. She's found exactly the right line, and that last little bit there doesn't really matter. And now we've got up and right in the yellow Lily Noble, and this time she gets right onto the wave face and then straightens out here right through that. I mean, it's a proper washing machine section there, and out back. And this is a really nice open face and a drop back into the wave. She's got a chance of getting back out onto it, Jade Edward. So I think judges will have a little bit of a decision to make. You're definitely going to see an improvement on Lily Noble's score there. Hannah Dines, again, I think we're going to see something in roughly the same range, maybe a little bit over the first wave as she dials it in.
So I felt like the opening manoeuvre was much more critical. She did, real radical cutback on that opening manoeuvre. For me, it was a stronger ride. The first ride was cleaner. It certainly had that kind of control through the middle and end section, but I think the fact that she committed to that higher degree of difficulty manoeuvre out back, my instinct is that it would be a stronger score.
Yeah.
And it comes in at a 5.67.
So a full point over.
So the judges have tabulated that. So we'll hear the beach announcer, Timmy Aylett, will then deliver those scores. So when you get that little background sound, that's Tim telling the athletes what scores they have got. But we can see on our system now that score coming in. Like you say, what do you think it was that gave it that extra point, Tom?
Yeah, I think it's that variety is an important bit there as well. So that there are effectively 3 sections to this wave really that the surfers have got to try and figure out. There's that kind of takeoff and then first shoulder, which can actually get pretty deep. It's a difficult section to go through, whatever your craft. Then there's that inside section where it speeds up, and then the very inside where the wave drains out pretty shallow, and so on each occasion you're going to get the surfer's got to ride the wave, feel the wave out, that proprioceptive process of understanding what's going on. Then they're going to get their score from the judges, where they're going to learn what the judges have made of what they've done. So it's that kind of feedback loop and operating it on each of the sections of the wave. For me, I think it's that variety there. Having a bit of a think here about the last one of Jade Edward. So That one's yet to drop. 2.67 her first wave. Again, I think Jade Edward probably is going to go in over her 2.67 as well. Took a little bit more risk on the last wave, but the judges, you know, they're here to reward risk. Now they go just under actually, so that's a 2.33. So as it stands now, Dines, she is going to be in that conversation on the leaderboard for that second position with Haggart and Guy from the last heat. At the moment, because of course these guys are surfing in a leaderboard system against the surfers from the first heat. So at the moment we're going to see Jose Martinez has still got a couple of points on where these other guys have gone. But Hannah Dines on that second one, Sam, eating away at Martinez.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think back to what Tasha had, because of course Hannah and Tasha are both competing for that women's gold.
Yeah.
And they're good friends.
Yeah.
I know that Hannah often credits, Tasha for a lot of positive inspiration to get her into surfing. So that's going to be quite a good, a good competitive rivalry between those two women. Jade Edwards, she started surfing at Hopeman on the Murray Firth, and she does a lot of work with the charity Surfable. She also likes to skateboard. She's improved on that first score, so that would give her some. Well, no, she hasn't improved on that first score. She got that 2.33, so her first wave was stronger.
Just under, but a pretty solid heat total already. And here we see Hannah Dines this time. Now she goes much further out onto the shoulder this time, redirects, and then abandons going too far back towards the whitewater. So she's looking to get a high line onto that inside section. Free falls back down into the face, comes off the bottom, and then she's got a section to get through here, and she does so, and then goes back onto the rail. So pretty solid one for Hannah Dines there, now in the white behind her. Dropping right into the critical section and sliding out there. That was Jade Edward.
That was nice, Tom.
Yeah, that was really good.
You could see in the bowl there, she was in that steep, sucky section. You get a high line in the bowl, and then you slide out, as we see our pusher just then letting go. That was really great.
Yeah, Lily's got a great line on this one here now, and she's going to ride out through that shallow inside section and gets a little bit of a foam bounce as well, and a proper burst of speed going through that bit. So Lily will be buzzing from that one. We'll be seeing Lily improve her score. I think we'll be seeing all surfers improve their score. Hannah Dines, I think it's going to go close.
Yeah, it was. She had the critical open face manoeuvre out back, but the difference between her second wave and her third wave was on her second wave she did that manoeuvre closer to the pocket.
Yes.
On the third wave she was wider of the shoulder, but she still did those manoeuvres, and she connected very well with that inside section. So it'll be very interesting to see if it comes out higher or lower than that second 5.67.
Just under with a 5.43, which I think is pretty fair. I could easily imagine, and we can see actually that one of the judges, Judge 1, thought that wave was slightly better, but the other two judges both went slightly under, so that they average out. We've got a panel of 3 judges here. Some events we'll have 5 judges, and we'll throw the top and the bottom scores out and average the middle 3. Here we've got 3 judges because we've got so many categories to run. So each one of those judges' scores will count. There's no eliminated judges' scores on this one.
So Jade gets to her highest score. She gets a 3.47. I love that side slip she did through that middle section. That's that sucky section that if you're in the pocket at that moment, that's where a lot of excitement happens. The takeoff is exciting. Then that opening wall there, you really have to decide how deep you're going to go on the turn. But when it comes through to the middle, it hits that kind of shallower bathymetry, which is the way the lake has been sculpted to determine how and where the wave breaks.
Yes.
And it really starts to suck up. That's the exciting part to be involved in.
And she benefited there from, as you were talking about it earlier, the fins being placed slightly further up the surfboard. So when the tail disengages, there's still an opportunity for that surfboard to pivot back round again. And the way that she used her body weight to do that in particular was pretty skillful there. And we've got to remember that these surfers, Jade and Lily, are both really young still. And Lily also improved on her score there, and she got that really fast reform section going on. So Lily gets a 2.67. So everybody's on the scoreboard. The nerves are settled. 3 waves ridden, and there's 2 waves still to go. So we have a little lull between the sets. Now, if you got that wide angle view, what you can see is that they give the set a little bit of, the break between sets gives a little bit of time for the water to just settle.
Absolutely, and that's, you know, it's the beautiful feature of water is when you create waves, you create that energy in the water and you create that movement, and you just have to let that settle. And the bigger and more powerful the waves, the longer it will take to settle. But this is that lovely moment, like when you're surfing in the ocean, where there's a lull and you get that opportunity to reflect on what you've done and think about what you want to do next.
And that's why surfers are such great storytellers, because of the amount of time that we sit round, spend sitting round, reflecting on what's happened. And so you see the first wave is usually a throwaway, but this time Lily Noble is going to go for the second wave, and it's really nice and clean, and she's got a big bowl section going on there and just holds on to that inside rail. Is tipped over, picked up pretty quickly. Hannah Dines out back, and this time the tighter cut back to the pocket, right on that foam ball. A big fast section coming here.
Look at this section, Tom. This is that second sucky section as well.
Pure speed, and Hannah there just taking a bit more risk. Why not? She's looking to replace a decent score.
I agree, Tom. You know, she had to take more risks. She knew it. And here's Jade Edwards looking to really get locked into that pocket.
Yeah, high line for the 11-year-old going in, and then manages to drop straight back down. Now there's a lovely reform on this, and quite a lot of power expended over a pretty shallow section. She gets right the way through and then glances off the white water. So I think we're going to be seeing both Lily and Jade definitely improve their score. It's to be expected now, though, that Hannah Dines is going to be looking for something else, isn't she?
And you could really see the difference between Jade and Hannah on that inside section. Jade had the real maturity in her surfing, and perhaps also to do with her board design, the way the rail is shaped, to really lock into that last section where you could just see Jade slipping out from that section. And that might be something that comes from Jade with more experience, or perhaps what we're seeing from the JP board that Hannah is riding. The rail shape is just allowing her to stay locked in the pocket through that last sucky section.
Yeah, and then a bit of work to do now for these surfers to get out back again. Again, we've got to give a big shout out to all the helpers. Now, you mentioned earlier, Sam, Ben from Surfability in Caswell Beach. I'm just trying to figure out whether I think Ben is in the water there. I think that might be Ben just swimming towards the shoulder. And he's a big figure in adaptive surfing.
And Toby's out there, and all the Surfability crew, and of course, you know, not only have Surfability pioneered the adaptive surf community through having a surf school, developing equipment, empowering surfers to have the opportunity. Ben is also co-written with Dana Cummings and the ISA Parasurfing certification, so people can safely teach adaptive surfing at surf schools around the world.
Yeah.
So Ben's contribution globally is massive, and it's, you know, it can't be understated how much of a key role he has in the adaptive and parasurf community.
Yeah, and I've got to have a little proud Welshman moment here again to see that, you know, the world parasurfing community. You know, you mentioned Dana Cummings, USA, and then the other key figure in that process is a Welshman.
And Caswell, what a beautiful place. He's got such a great operation there, Surfability. Yeah. Caswell is such a gem, and you know, the way the limestone cliffs there just cut down into the beach. And when you're sitting out on a sunny day at Caswell and you look back into the valley there, it's gorgeous.
And all that lovely like wood and glass architecture up in the hill there. And Caswell, you know, has been at the centre of Welsh surfing history since the earliest.
Famous surfers to kind of
well,
from that area would be Swansea area.
Yeah, so you know, a lot of the most famous surfers from Swansea are based kind of equidistant between those spots. So, but Caswell, really important in, you know, for both PJ, the Gill, and Guts in their early years. Caswell sits kind of right between Langland and Llangennith.
Yep.
Okay.
And it works across all of the tides, whereas Langland does have this kind of bit where it goes into a bit of a hole, and then Llangennith maxes out easily. So again, like we talked about Huntington, it's a surf spot that is user friendly often. And so this time now, Lily is going to go first on this one, and you see she gets a little bit of help from the pusher to get through a nice high line so that she can have a tilt at this inside section. And this time she goes for that inside section. Now Hannah Dines dropping in and fading on her fourth wave of this heat, and then gets a nice cutback going on. Now she's looking at what she's going to do on the inside. You can see her thinking. That feedback loop will be active in her head against what the judges gave her last time, and races through that inside, loses the fins perfectly so that she can engage them. A lovely bit of style going on there. So another great score there for Hannah Dines.
It was one of the strongest manoeuvres we've seen
It
on
was.
her on the inside, and you can see how far the fins are up on her board when it flipped over there. So Hannah's surfing is just been incredible. She has improved so much since I last saw her surfing in the flesh, and she's really worked those sections out very dynamically. That opening section, putting in that radical cutback, and then doing high degree of difficulty surfing through the inside as well.
Yeah, I think the judges will be having a good deliberate, obviously with themselves. The judges don't talk to each other about whether or not that goes in. Now they've gone in with a very similar score to the last one, so Dines doesn't improve her score on that. She's going to get 5 more goes. Now Lily Noble does, again, a 2.43, so her heat total has improved a little bit, and Jade Edward, they've gone just under. So if we look back at that, yeah, Jade with a slightly shorter engagement in that fast critical section in the middle of the wave. So we've got these surfers now turn and they head in, and you get a chance there to see just how stoked they are as they come in. Now a few of these waves are gonna roll off. The set will finish.
Yeah, well, Hannah got that 4, so it doesn't go into her top 2.
No.
But she's carrying that 5, 6, 7 and that 5, 4, 3. So she's carrying better scores than Tasha Davies carried in heat number 1. So currently Hannah will be in the gold medal position for the women's in the Pron 1. We actually call this the PSP2, surfers who ride waves in a prone position and need assistance to paddle into waves while in the water. So the ISA have worked extremely hard to develop all these different classifications.
Because there's then a prone unassisted, isn't there? Yeah.
Absolutely, and it's merely to kind of accurately allocate the athlete into their best surf class to ensure the best level of competition. So you've got stand 1, 2 and 3, kneel and sit, and then prone 1 and 2. And the difference between the two prone classifications is that one is unassisted and one is assisted. But coming up next, Tom, we've got the kneel classification. So we've got our reigning world champion from Abersoch, Llewellyn Sponge Williams, and I'm thoroughly looking forward to him setting the field ablaze because he looked electric in the free surf earlier this morning.
Yeah, as we said, you know, he's been dialing his equipment in and paddling out behind him there. It's an all Wales heat, this one actually.
Is
We've
it?
got
Exciting.
Isaac in the yellow, and he was looking pretty sharp last year at Snowdonia as well. And then coming up behind him in the white, it's Oliver Jones.
So we would have been in Wales at Snowdonia for this event, and thankfully the wave have stepped in Bristol. But Tom, big shout out to our sponsors, the Mailing Room, Parasurf League, Spencer Hop Along Clothing, founded by Llewellyn Williams, Delcian People and Development, Surfability UK, and Lost Shore Surf Resort. What do you know about the Mailing Room?
So that's I think that's connected also to what Llewellyn does, isn't it? The Mailing Room, yeah, they were big supporters last year, so they've been involved in this, you know, kind of pretty close to the inception, really, without those sponsors, you know, these waves here, you know, this is a leisure resort on a day-to-day basis, so you know, it's absolutely essential that, you know, the generosity of the business community comes in to sort of keep this going. You know, of course, Olympic inclusion will bring more funding in, but a lot of it is essentially, yeah, it's down to those umbrella sponsors. You know, they were the umbrella sponsor for last year's event as well.
So how in your opinion, when a sport becomes a Paralympic sport, how does that affect the leisure element and the culture of that sport in your eyes?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think that there's a lot more propensity or capacity for a sport to arouse the interest of those who don't actually participate in the sport once it gets to that stage. And up and riding here, Sponge smashes one off the shoulder. Now, that difficult inside section, he has no issue with that whatsoever. I think this is actually him having a little warm-up, so he's not actually, that's not actually going to score. Yeah, Avasov froth there.
They've had some great waves lately, actually. I was looking at his Instagram, and they had some big swell, didn't they?
Yeah, they did.
And he was charging.
You were talking about, so for a sport, I think, I suppose that difference is, when something's just a bit of leisure and a bit of well-being, that community is those who participate in the sport. I think once you bring the Paralympic discussion in, people start getting behind their national colours. There's a lot of sports fans out there. You and I both, Sam, put Tipex numbers on the back of a couple of snails and you and I would get excited about it, wouldn't we?
Yeah, you put them in the middle of the plate and it's the first to the edge, so it doesn't matter which direction, it's the edge of the plate.
Yeah.
And we used to do that as a kid, and I need to do that again with my son because it's a lot of fun.
I know the last time we tried it, now this wave also I think isn't going to count. This is Oliver Jones having a little warm up.
Yeah,
I know
Ollie,
the last time we tried it, it didn't work because we were in a restaurant and we'd ordered them and they'd just been cooked, hadn't they? But
I guess you're in a restaurant in France.
Yeah, exactly. You never know. Yeah, and Isaac Hellabram riding, and
so they've all had a little loosen the juice opportunity to warm up there. Tell me a little bit, Tom, about the rivalry between Isaac, Ollie, and Sponge.
The last wave that you had won't be scored.
Okay.
So we'll be starting from this set.
So beach announcer Timmy Island telling them that they've just had a freebie. Well, you can see there what it means, the rivalry, that Isaac is gesticulating towards the judges for the fact that wasn't scored. Although actually, I think he should be relieved because he.
So Isaac's Swansea. Ollie lives in Pembrokeshire now, doesn't he? St David's. But he's from Llandyssil.
Llandyssil, yeah.
Llandyssil. Is that how you pronounce it? Llandyssil.
Yeah. So I'm going to give our viewers a little bit of a lesson now. When we see the letter U in Welsh, that is pronounced E. In Welsh, yeah. And they call it, when you're learning your letters, it's called E gwpan, the U is in Welsh, which means E, as in the noise, gwpan, cup. Because you can make an E with an I, so that's an E dot, and a U is an E gwpan. So when you're telling a child how to spell a word in Welsh, it's either E dot or E gwpan, either I dot or I cup, because a U looks a little bit like a cup.
And
so
now,
that's a Llandyssil.
So now Ollie, based in Pembrokeshire, St David's.
Yeah.
That's a special surfing area. What a great coastline.
Yeah, it is. St David's, coldest water in the southern UK. The St Bride's Bay to the south there. Really deep water. You get these upwellings, and then you've got Skomer Island just up to the north. Beautiful wildlife area, blue water.
So here we go, Tom. Sponge, our reigning world champion, up and riding.
Yeah, so he drops in deep and then pushes that tail round, slightly less of a snap than he threw in when he was in practice, so he's learning the wave too. A little check turn, bashes a bit of spray on the inside. Now here comes the fast bit. I think we're going to see it all go into one big manoeuvre here to close out. Directs back, finds that foam, so he'll get the completion. Behind him in the white, a really nice drawn out cut back and then a bottom turn, and then just overdoing it and going off the back. That's Oliver Jones, and then here goes Isaac. Now, yeah, Llewellyn and Isaac have competed together plenty. Isaac is just a bit behind the foam ball, but it gives him a load of speed to go up and down there. Pushes off the bottom, off the top, and he won't get the completion on that. So it's first bud to Llewellyn.
He's feeling it, Isaac.
Passionate surfer, very competitive.
And of course, he surfs with surfability there in Caswell.
Yeah.
He loves Llangennith. That's
He does.
one of his regular spots. But like you said, he got himself deep. But then sometimes the best manoeuvres are performed when you're in the deepest section of the wave, and that did allow him to get that really second radical turn.
Yeah.
But not quite able to connect through that inside section. In contrast to Sponge, who just seemed to be really tuned in from the get-go. Everything was clean, precise, quick, radical, and the flow was also very, very strong. And that's something the judges will also look at, is flow.
Sponge is he's good at plenty of things. He's good at learning, right? And I think that idea of a feedback loop, he exemplifies that, right? Now, You were there, Sam, both times. You saw Sponge, we'll call his wave for a second. Sharp bottom turn and pushes the spray out the back on that one, a proper fan of spray. And again, and this time puts up, we call that a Christmas tree, when the spray is the shape of the Christmas tree. A little bit of fins free on the inside. Now probably won't go for the cutback this time.
But that's got to be stronger
Huge.
than the 6.5 that was dropped for his first wave. Already you feel those first 3 turns were outstanding.
I think the judges it'll be panic stations for the judges there, because you've got to go excellent on that wave, in my opinion, and then they'll be worrying about what else is possible. At the moment, from my imagination, I can't easily see where else we're going to go. 3 huge sprays out the back. The fins are loose. Okay, no finishing cutback manoeuvre, but I'm sure that's going to begin with an 8. I'm not a judge, and if I was a judge, I'd be a bad one. So watch it drop nowhere near what I just said.
So Ollie gets a 4.5. He's going to be happy with that first.
He'll be well happy with that, yeah.
First wave of white, 4.5.
So they
First wave
have
of yellow, 3.5.
Sponge, it goes to the
Second wave of red,
7.83. So
7.83.
2 of the judges
Red,
gave it an
blue,
8,
third, with
and 1 gave it a 7.5.
And the spray on those turns.
Oh,
Second,
you know,
9.83
we're
to go
surfers.
first,
The
and
judges are surfers,
yellow,
right?
green, third.
When a wave makes you want to go surfing, it's a good one, and that's what you've got to do. Those judges, they'll all be twitching there on their chairs, thinking about what they might, mind surfing that turn.
And is it true that red boards go faster?
Well, now it's really interesting you say that now, right? Because it is. But what we don't know, Sam, is whether that's because people who go fast tend to prefer red boards, or whether it's the red on the board that makes them go faster. Red cars go faster as well. Do you know that?
There's a certain level of self-confidence you need to own a red surfboard.
To own a yeah.
But I mean,
and
Sponge
you're
is pulling it off.
You're
beautifully.
using the verb own in 2 ways there. As in to own, to be in possession of, and own it as in like live it. Be the red surfboard. Yeah, the red surfboard. We don't have yellow jerseys as to represent number 1 seeds in this event. But I think that red surfboard, we know Manchester United play in red, Wales play in red. It's traditionally the vest of the number 1 seed, isn't it?
The colour of winners, as we see Ollie Jones looking to add to that 4.50, Tom.
Yeah, and he's going to do that here. Really stylish going through this inside section. Tries hard off the bottom. And again, that wave just making us and the judges want to go surfing. Lovely little reform on that. So he's going to be putting that in. And here we go. Isaac from the Gower, and he pushes off and just gets a little bit caught on that foam. Luckily there's no microphone nearby, because Isaac will tell you what he thinks when something doesn't go his way, and he'll be a bit frustrated. So just a little bit of early jitters to overcome, and Llewellyn, he'll have heard that 7.85, and this time really fades the takeoff. A slightly smaller cutback than the last time, but now this time he's really getting busy on this one. Looks for the tube on that one, very close to it. Smashes off the top on the inside, and a last redirect, and just pushes down to make sure that he's got the foam ride out so that he can get the connect on that one. I think that's between the last 2 waves. That's what I'm going to guess it is.
Yeah, that was great, because the second wave that dropped to 7.83, the first 2 off the lips, he really projected high and threw spray. What he did on those 2 off the lips is he didn't project, he cut back more, he snapped those turns more on the face rather than above the lip, but still equally critical and very radical, and he had a really strong end turn as well, and he also got a little bit of Vidal Sassoon 2-in-1 or just shampoo.
I'm gonna go 2-in-1 on that one. A bit of conditioner as well, just enough time.
Maybe?
Yeah, he's got that beautiful mop of blonde hair. It needs a bit of water on it from time to time. We were talking about Llewellyn and that feedback loop. He's a good learner, he's a good listener. And for him, that really important. We talked about him refining his equipment, but missing out on that world title, it probably didn't feel like it at the time. But can that sometimes be one of the best things that can happen to somebody? Because of course he got it the year after.
Certainly, for the long term, for the marathon of sport, the potential Paralympic gold medal that he will want to win, those painful losses early in your career can be so healthy. But he's in 41 competitions, he's had 40 podiums, 19 golds, 10 silvers, 8 bronzes, 3 coppers, 5 times winner of the
Right,
English
last wave of
Adaptive
red,
Champs, and of course
6.83.
2022 World
Last wave
Champion.
of white.
Wow. And he just improves his score with a 6.83 there, so he replaces the 6.85. So going on to the leaderboard,
Last wave of white of
14.66.
4.5.
So
Last
we
wave of
have
yellow, 2.17. Situation,
a definite
red, you're in first.
lead
White, second.
on this one.
White, you need a combination of scores to go first.
So the surfers
Yellow,
are
you're in
actually
third.
having
You need a combination of
scores
to go
read to them
first
on
and a
this one.
5.5 to go second.
Both being told that
Red,
they need
you've had
combination
3 waves.
situations, so
White,
they
2 waves.
can't take the
Yellow,
lead with
2
one
waves.
wave. And then of course there's going to be a couple of surfers in the heat after who are also surfing against these guys, so there's no elimination in this. Yeah, so Llewellyn missing out on the world title, and that was with an interference, which is where you drop in on somebody else's wave. And that was from, you know, just sort of not quite having the heat strategy in place. Now, he then identified heat strategy as one of the things to really work on, and got it right this year. So heat strategy here, what we've seen from Llewellyn, learn the wave on the first wave, and then on that second one really go for it, take no risk, you know, take as much risk as you like. It actually all pulled off, so he's got a big huge score. And then on that last one he scaled it back ever so slightly. Now what I really liked on that last of Llewellyn in the red was the real lovely fade that he did on his takeoff and bottom turn, and now we're going to see it is going to be Ollie Jones going first on this one, and he also fades the bottom turn, draws a nice cut back on the face of this one, and then he's got a really lovely style coming through to the inside and in and out of the lip.
Nice from
Fast.
Ollie.
Little bit stuck behind that section, but it was worth it to try that manoeuvre. This time Sponge goes onto the 360
Tom,
and
that was
pulls it off,
incredible.
and you can hear the noise on the pier. They love it. Throws a bit more spray, cuts back, goes onto the inside section, and then he's going to look to try and get around it again, punches through.
So Tom, if we think of those words like innovation and progression, that was innovative, it was progressive, and what was so exciting was it was at the beginning of the wave.
Yeah.
So degree of difficulty to do a manoeuvre like that early in the wave, the judge has got to go excellent range. If he's got a 7.83 for that second ride, I feel on that manoeuvre alone, it could well put that up into the 9s.
Well,
Good.
this is a manoeuvre. This is a manoeuvre that Llewellyn has kind of trademarked now. I've seen he's been trying to sort of work out the different ways of going about it.
Yeah, it was interesting the arc he took because it was the inside or the outside rail. You can decide if you're going to do that 360 on the open face by coming onto that inside rail and then releasing the fins, or going to that outside rail. There are 2 ways to do it. He seems to be able to do both ways.
He does do both, and the surfboard that he uses as well. You know, if you adapt your surfboard to be able to do that manoeuvre well, then it will be a little bit harder to surf on the rail. So to be able to have a surfboard that can do both things, that's what Llewellyn's been talked about, the work that he's been doing with JP to get that right.
And that's the good thing is you know, when it comes to the judges dropping scores in the criteria, they really like to see control. So rail engagement, fins engaged.
Yeah.
Sometimes when a board appears to be sliding out, sometimes the surfers might be penalised. But at the same time, when you've got that ability to demonstrate, you've got great rail control and drive and bite. The fins and the rails are locking in, they're throwing spray, but also you can put that board in a position where you can release those fins, you can release that rail. For me, that demonstrates really high skill.
I think Llewellyn he'll be opening that feedback loop with himself on that manoeuvre, and I think he'll be thinking about where and how that same manoeuvre can use more lip line.
Yeah, well, he'll be interested in the score here now because he'll know, you know, what's this? Is this going to be better than my 7.83? Is this a manoeuvre that I'm wasting my time doing? Or is this a manoeuvre if I can then combine it with some expressive, radical
Shall
rail
we
work?
dare to speculate? I reckon slightly over the 7.83, but I don't think it starts 9. I reckon the judges are still going to hold back, and I think Llewellyn will be okay with that, because I reckon he'll be figuring how that manoeuvre can perhaps be done in a more critical way.
I'd love to see them just go crazy on that.
Are you going to dare? Are you going to dare to have a guess? What do you reckon?
I think it's going to go big. I just
Do you
feel
reckon?
as if it's it's the kind of those words, innovation and progression, innovative and progressive maneuvers, degree of difficulty, commitment. Of course, we do have to reflect on words like combination of major maneuvers and variety.
But he had that, didn't he?
I feel as if you just got to go big on that, and then you've got to get the other athletes excited about taking risks.
Yes.
And that's what's beautiful in sport, is when people can do these radical maneuvers with expression, with control, but the risk is there, and and that's how we progress the performance of the sport.
We're seconds out from getting it, so a 5.23 for the last of white, and it goes now. This is
This is
our
interesting. Podcast. We could discuss this for a week. Well, one judge liked it 8.5.
Yeah, that's
Another
closer.
judge went 6.8. So I was on the psychological wave.
So was I.
8.5.
I reckon.
Yellow 3 waves.
Sorry, we got the announcer talking over us there. One judge did go 8.5. That's the score I'd have had in my head. Same with you, Sam. But they've gone a little bit under, so 7.5. He'll be listening to that. I don't think it's going to stop him doing that manoeuvre, though.
Well, he knows it's still a borderline excellent range score.
Yeah.
We use the phrase excellent range to talk about scores that are 8 or above, and that's something that you see, it happens rarely, and that's so that the judges have the opportunity to keep that place open to really encourage the surface to go high.
Oh, and a big steep drop back into that wave there. The surfer in yellow. And I think that's going to go. So he's only looking to replace, Isaac Hea's only looking to replace a 2.17. I think he'll do that here. So then drives really hard off the bottom this time. So that bottom turn, and again, and he's a little bit steep here, very close to the tube, up high, and smashes the lip. And again, and there's going to be a chance for one more, and a grab rail cutback on the inside there. Now, for me, having just been spectacularly wrong, that's the wave of the heat.
That was very strong.
I'm not learning from my mistakes here. I'm going to carry on having a go at speculating here.
Well, we have to celebrate the fact that the judges have the opportunity to really put some opinion. They look at the criteria, but also we did have one judge going 8.5 for that last ride, but one judge went 6.8. So adding that 7.2, you get that average from those three judges, each dropping a score out of 10 of the 7.5. We felt it would go higher, but it didn't. But that last wave just felt like a really nice combination of everything. I feel as if still though the second wave had the most dynamic opening two turns. There was a difference between the kind of bottom turn and the projection of above the lip spray compared to some of those more cutback based turns where they're on the face coming back into the pocket rather than coming off the bottom and above the lip.
And I just wonder with that 360 that Llewellyn pulled on wave number 4, whether it might be worth his while considering putting that 360 down on the inside section where it's a little bit steeper.
Yeah.
Now that 737, so it doesn't go into his top two. So it'll be really interesting to actually get a sort of up-to-date info from the judges on what they're thinking about, because for me I really liked the bottom turn on that last wave, down to the face, fading and driving really hard and out and across through the flats.
Well, Sponge is going to be absolutely delighted though with that kickoff. Yeah, some big scores. He looked electric, he looked
15.33.
We just heard the beach announcer there share those scores, that 7.5 and that 7.83. And it looked like it was Isaac's first wave, that 3.50 that was in his top two. So his 2.17 was his second score. Ollie Jones currently in the silver medal position with that 5.23 and that 4.90, and Ollie building on those scores because he kicked off with two 4.5s. He got his strongest score in his third wave, but his last wave did go into his top two.
Yeah,
so he's going to feel great about his performance.
You could put Ollie's scorecard up on a wall in a classroom when teaching good heat strategy, couldn't you? You know, just building house. Yeah, just building on the scores and recognising what you've been delivered and thinking, what risk can I take to improve that? But at the same time knowing that if I take too much risk and I wipe out early in the ride, I'm going to miss the chance to get a score at all. Yes. Now you might be wondering why we've got 5 surfers in the water now. So what's happened is that the set stopped before Ollie and Isaac could get their last wave of the heat. So we're going to be seeing Ollie and Isaac ride wave number 5, and then that's going to finish the heat off. So here we go, Ollie up and riding, and goes right out, draws it onto the inside, pushing down on the tail there at the end of that turn, right close to the curl on that one, smashes off the top a load of style, and then comes down onto the fast inside section and goes onto the outside rail on that one there, and he's going to get the reform and come right the way through.
I like that a lot. I think that could be a keeper.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one, Sam, and here goes Isaac. Difficult section to negotiate this first bit, and Isaac does it with real style there as well, and now he's got a really fast run at the inside section and the chance to throw some buckets, and coming through to the inside there, and that's going to be one of Isaac's top 2 as well. So both Ollie and Isaac will be happy with the way that last set went for them. It's going to be a little bit of a break as we move the next heat into place.
I think that Ollie's done brilliant in this heat. The way he's, like we said, he's built on his scores.
Yeah.
Beautiful flow, great control. I love that opening cutback. Just the way he kept true to that engaged rail and really kind of arced back deep into the section. Through that last turn on the inside, perhaps he could have been a little bit more aggressive on some of those later turns, but that's not necessarily in his style. He's got more of the Jerry Lopez approach, where he always looks like he's flowing, and no matter how hard he pushes it, he still retains that kind of calm, cool composure.
I think as well that he was wondering whether Llewellyn had left a little bit of the Vidal Sassoon lying around.
He did pull into that bowl section nicely,
wasn't he? Yeah.
Yep.
So the judges are going to have a bit of a think about that, and that's going to round this heat off.
And it does come in as his highest score.
Great scores for both surfers there. 5.83 for Ollie and a 4.83 for Isaac. So with 2 of the 3 surfers getting their best score on wave number 5.
5.83. Last wave of yellow, 4.83. So situation, red, you're in first.
Yeah,
1
red with the lead.
second. Yellow, you're third.
Sam and I are assuming that you can't hear us as well when the beach announcer is whose loudspeaker is very close to our studio mic.
I think the guests tuning in around the world, from Hawaii to Costa Rica to Cornwall,
to hear Timmy Aylett's voice,
they will be able to hear that. And I think that Isaac's going to be really pleased because he knows he's close to Ollie. Isaac knows he's got a little bit more to give, and dropping that 4.83 for that last score to add to that 3.5. Ollie's currently in the silver medal position, Llewellyn in the gold medal position, but Isaac knows that he's got Ollie in his range.
Yeah, and Llewellyn, good start, nice and out in front, but he won't be resting on any laurels at all, because we've got 3 solid surfers, all still to surf with 5 more waves, and there's a lot of surfing still to go before that event is done. Coming up in the next one now, we've got Maxime Caban from France, Rhea Sarr, who we saw really stylish surfer.
Yeah, from Guernsey.
Yeah, and Justine Barker, another Scots girl.
So riding a Walden board, a 7.2. She also longboards. Oh right. And Rhea looked really, really good. You've seen her competing in Snowdonia last year. I like the energy she's got. She's got a lot of kind of surf culture connection, and she's very relaxed about being up here in Bristol at the Wave. She comes here regularly. She said she came here for her 50th birthday.
Oh right, yeah.
And I think we can, we're going to enjoy watching Rhea surfing in white. But our first surfer to go looks to be our surfer in yellow, Justine.
And Justine takes off on that one there, and just got to time her position in there. I think she's probably going to have a go at the second one, and this is a proper late takeoff for Justine there, and she's going to be okay, but that is a sign of you've got to watch where you take off here at the Wave. You see the markers at the side. So what happened was Justine was a little bit behind the marker on the first one, and then a little bit in front of the marker on the second one. I'm not sure which of those 2 options is the worst really. I think a little bit too far in, it can be very difficult to make that. So Freya's going to watch what happened with Justine, and she she had a good practice earlier and really super stylish. Now watch Rhea down on the inside here now, and the way that she uses that rail and absolutely cruising. A really nice safe opening for Rhea on that one, and she'll
it was a great start.
And smashing off the top and making it on the wave behind.
So Maxime more radical compared to
Yeah.
Rhea. Rhea more longboard flow, but the control Rhea had was brilliant. So the degree of difficulty in Maxine's opening 2 turns was higher, but she didn't ride that wave all the way through to the inside. So the judges will then be able to think about, well, what we saw from Rhea was good control, we saw some variety of maneuvers, great flow, long ride. The difference with Maxine was full commitment on an opening 2 turns, but not able to stay with that last turn all the way through to the inside. But degree of difficulty very high on that second big re-entry. Got a little bit slow in the lip, but then did ride out of it.
Well, the judges will give it the ride out. If they're being super fussy, they'll just hold a little something back for that bobble that happened in the middle of that manoeuvre. But these are all experienced athletes in this heat now. They'll enter that feedback loop and they'll pick up. And the scores are pretty solid there for both Maxime and Rhea.
So it comes out higher there, Tom, a 4.67 for Maxine, higher than Rhea's, which comes out at a 3. And I think that, like we just talked about, is the fact that Maxine's opening 2 maneuvers were off the bottom, off the top combinations where she really used all of the wave. She didn't have as long a ride as Rhea, but the judges demonstrating that they will reward that degree of difficulty. But you know, visually, I love the flow that we saw from Rhea. There was a real kind of zen quality to the way she just connected those speed sections, and if she can just bring a little bit more variety into it, she can definitely mix it up with Maxine's higher scores.
And Rhea last year was a little frustrated with her performance on day 1 in Snowdonia, and then she kind of really went back to the drawing board and she sort of had a real careful think, and then on the next day there was a real uptick in her performance. It's interesting to see that this year she knows the wave a lot better and has come along and is surfing pretty good straight off. That last wave of the surfer in white, Rhea Saar, 3 points. I saw her do a lot better than that when she was in the practice session earlier. So I feel as though she's also now aware that she's going to get to ride 10 waves and just build in house. So just get some points on the board first of all, and then the pressure's off.
She's here with her mum. She got me earlier. She told me that she normally puts bright orange spots on her boots so that her mum can see her feet when she's upside down in the wiper. But she was actually just joking. And I said, really? That's an interesting technique. And she said, I'm only kidding.
Yeah.
But her mum is going to be excited to see that opening score drop. Maxine, a French champion, 3-time silver medalist in the European Championship in this kneel classification. So the kneel, known as the PSK in the ISA classification system, is surfers who ride waves in the kneeling position with an above the knee impairment or both lower limb impairments. As we see our surfer in white, Rhea up and riding once again, Tom.
Now I think what you'll see now is the hands come off the rail. Here we go. Yeah, she's looking to get the hands off the rail, and this is where her style really kicks in there. And look at that rotation of the hips and leaning languidly into the wave face, and glances one off the inside, doesn't quite get the completion, but I think that score is going to be an improvement on her first. Maxime on the wave behind holds the outside rail to drop in late, smashes a cut back in straight away, and then again off the inside, and again showing real style, goes up and in and out of the lip and whacks one, and one more time and again, and gets the completion. So what a wave for the surfer from France.
So Maxine's probably going to improve on that 4.67 substantially. But I love what we saw from Rhea. That was, you know, you could hear the crowd hooting and cheering. We see Justine out back having a look. She's going to be quite on the inside for this takeoff, so it's going to be a steep takeoff.
Yeah, she's going to have to hold on a white knuckle takeoff, and this time she does make it down and through, but not quite out onto the open face. There's going to be 8 more shots at that. Yeah, real style there from Rhea. Now, it's really interesting our, or more so my terminology. I heard an interesting discussion provoked by former ASP legend Brad Gerlach recently, that the adjectives we often reach for to describe good surfing tend to include lots of aggression in them.
Yeah, they're very masculine, they're very militant, they're very martial, same as medicine. You know, we combat disease, we attack illness.
Yeah.
You know, and that's a really interesting discussion, and it's a long history of lots of our male, masculine, militant, aggressive-led adjectives that are associated with performance and impact. But it kind of goes against the history of the Olympics from its Greek roots, and ideas of theatre, performance, virtuosity, and all of those performative qualities that now we associate with music and theatre, and I'd love to see reintroduced to competitive surfing.
Yeah, so I might have a go at that on the next one now. Maxime just taking a little bit of advice from the pontoon.
First wave of red was a 4.67. Second wave of red, a 6.33.
Yeah,
First wave of white, 3 points. Second wave of white, 2.5.
Wow, 6.33 for Maxime
First
Caban.
wave of yellow, 0.43. Second wave of yellow, 0.1. Situation, red, you're in
Red in
first.
the lead.
White, second. White, you need 8 points to go first. Yellow, you're in third. You need a combination of scores to go first and a 5.07 to go second.
Are they giving...
this heat will be on hold until...
Yeah, we're going to go on hold briefly now because there's going to be a little break in the pool here now. So we've got 2 waves down. So this is interesting. The surfers are going to actually come in, get changed, and go back in the water in just over an hour's time. Some of them might take wetsuit down to the waist. I was always taught by the late great Tim Jones that if you had more than 40 minutes to wait till your next heat, whatever time of year, you were better off for body temperature getting your wetsuit off and on again. Would you agree, or would you? Nowadays, I suppose, in the age of the dry robe, would you be tempted to stand around in your suit?
I think it depends on your situation. I think everybody has a different preference for the wetsuit they're using. It depends on the time of year and, you know, what their kind of general metabolism is between heat. You know, some surfers love to get the dry robe on and keep that wetsuit on. Others like to change into, maybe they've got a dry wetsuit to change into. I mean, I remember coming here in February and with my son and having to get into a wet wetsuit after a session with a 2-hour break, and really thinking we should have just kept our wetsuits on the way through. But Maxine there, that 6.33, that's a really strong score to add to that 4.67, and it was incredible. It was dynamic,
it was
surfing,
fantastic
hard
surfing
off the top, and completed that wave all the way through.
Yeah, fantastic surfing. Now, so we're going to be going on hold here now. Let's have a little summarise of the situation where we're at. We've got 2 pretty good scores on the board for Maxime Caban from France. Rhea Sarr, Building House, 3 and a 2.5, and Justine Barker will be having a little bit of a think about the approach and just looking to see if she can get out of that pocket. So a little bit of sort of take off timing. So there's going to be a little bit of a break if you're tuning in from home. The time to pick us up again is going to be 2 o'clock. I'm just going to ask before we go, Sam, what was your standout from what we saw this morning so far, your moment of the morning?
Llewellyn Sponge Williams carving 360, that was phenomenal. I thoroughly recommend rewinding on the webcast and rewatching that. It was outstanding.
A world champion surfing progressively in what is his home event.
And Hannah Dines, for me, she was a standout.
Yeah.
We're going to get the opportunity to reflect on some of these athletes as they surf again, but Hannah Dines looks the complete package.
And we're going to have a little look at the possibility of trying to drag Hannah Dines into the booth later this afternoon, aren't we, Sam? We're going to see. We haven't actually checked with her yet whether she's going to be up for that, but we're going to try our best. So thank you very much for tuning in, and thank you, Sam, as well, for your expertise and your perspectives on that. And enjoy your lunch, guys, and we'll be seeing you again at 2 o'clock. And welcome back to the afternoon session of the 2023 Welsh Parasurf Championships. The heat that was in the water beforehand is on its way back in, so this is the kneeling heat, heat number 2, and we've got in the water the Frenchman, Maxime, and he was surfing really well in the last round, and then he's joined in the water by the same surfers that were in the water before that. So that's Rhea from England and Justine Barker from Scotland. Maxime Caban was really on a tear. We got 2 waves ridden of the heat, and then the wave, it's brilliant. We turn the wave pool off, we turn it back on, everybody goes for an hour's lunch. It's just like on Test Match Special. And on that note, I'm actually joined by the aggers to my blowers. It is Sam Bleakley. How was your lunch, Sam?
It was excellent. I love the energy at the wave. It's always a joy to just absorb all of that post-surf stoke everyone has. I had the chance to talk to Hannah Dines.
Oh, lovely.
Told her how impressed I was with her performance, and she told me that she won a Backing the Best grant from Sport England, which has facilitated her the opportunity to compete at Parasurf League events around the world this season.
So she's on the full tour this year then?
And that, she says, combined with working with a coach, has really allowed her to take her parasurfing to the next level. And it was on display, and she was looking so tuned in not only to this wave here in Bristol, the wave, but also to her equipment and that psychological state you need to be able to perform under pressure. Very impressed.
And you said, Sam, before we went to the break that she'd been working quite closely with a shaper on developing the surfboard that she's been using today.
Yep, works with Johnny Purton, JP, rides the El Scorchio model. It's a 6.6.
6.6, that's interesting, yeah. But with the fins a little bit further up off the tail though, so that the surfboard is able to, so probably a little bit more manoeuvrable than what you and I might think about when we 6.6 comes to mind, and I think of something perhaps more suited to the bigger surf. But with those fins moved up, that's a very manoeuvrable surfboard, isn't it?
Yeah, and she's also developing the world's first ever adaptive deck grips with Surf Deck. So not only has she got this performative edge, she's also got this industry association, and the engineering potential for parasurfing is really key. I mentioned Jesse Balawa in the morning session, and he rides Bob Hurley built carbon fiber surfboards, and they are stealth. They are spacecraft. And there's a big association between the military culture and parasurfing with the likes of Dana Cummings, who is a veteran. And that has also opened up lots of material advancements, because we know that through the history of the military, things like the neoprene wetsuit, foam and fiberglass surfboards, they have come off the back of developments through military engineering, and they've had a big impact on surfing. So it's great to keep that link alive with parasurfing.
Your second wave was a 6.33. Right, your first wave was 3 points. Your second wave was 2.5. Yellow, your first wave was a 0.43 and your second wave was a 0.10. So situation, red, you're in first. White, second. White, you need 8 points to go first. Yellow, you're in third. You need a combination of scores to go first and a 5.07 to go second.
Voice of the Beach announcer Timmy Aylett there. Yeah, Dana Cummings, of course, is the founder and director of Amp Surf, based in Pismo Beach, which has kind of been a global capital for the adaptive surfing scene or the parasurfing scene over the last couple of years, and
absolutely hosted the World Parasurfing Championship on multiple occasions. But Huntington will host the 2023 ISA World Parasurfing Championship in November, so parasurfing fans around the world will be able to tune into that live event and watch the best in the world compete. But it's also going to be around that kind of time when we will find out if parasurfing is included in the Los Angeles Paralympics. So that's a really important time, and all of these events we're on the pathway here. These are the stepping stones for that push for parasurfing Paralympic inclusion.
And you can see now the first set of the day of the afternoon session is underway. Crisp conditions. The wind has dropped a little bit, and it looks as though the first wave is going to be going to the surfer in yellow. So this is Justine Barker. Justine was just dialing in a little bit in the first session before lunch, picking up, and this is a pretty decent takeoff for Justine. She got a little bit too far in front of the last two, so Justine just getting those tweaks together there. And then Rhea Saar, Channel Islander and a real style master, and she has put herself in the sweet spot on this wave. Scores to build, so it's not going to be a big problem. And then we've got Maxime Cavan up and right in. Sam.
Maxine, beautiful bottom turn. Again, one of the features we saw in Maxine surfing is using the bottom of the wave to get low and project high in the lip and throw sprays. We see him whacking that last section on the inside. So he's got some decent scores from that last session, a 4.67 and a 6.33. He's looking to maybe replace that 4.67. Doesn't feel like it's going to threaten that 6.33, but might well replace that 4.67.
Yeah, well, there was the one good manoeuvre at the start, wasn't there? And then after that, a little bit of work to do on the inside, though.
Absolutely, and you can really see that kind of top to bottom rail engagement that we see from the Frenchman, a national champion, 3 times a European silver medalist, very used to competing at the top level. You just see the way he engages that rail, comes hard off the bottom, rebounds hard off the top, throws spray, and again that lovely climb and drop and pulling into that bowly section, and the way he whacked that last section there, that was the highest degree of difficulty of all of the manoeuvres he did on that wave, and it comes in at a 4.57, very close to his opening score in the last session before we had our lunch break, but it doesn't go into his top 2, and the surfers will carry their top 2 scores through today's heats and tomorrow's heat to go for that gold medal position.
So in theory, the last 2 waves of an event could be the winning 2 waves, couldn't they?
And Maxine is coming up against Llewellyn Sponge Williams. Of course, we saw Isaac and Ollie surfing extremely well in the previous heat with Llewellyn.
Yeah.
So he's definitely looking like he's a big threat for the silver medal position, but you just feel like nobody can quite get close to the level of Sponge's Neil surfing at the moment. It is incredible.
Well, he's a world champion, Wales' first ever world champion, and he is the reigning event champion. 15.3 Sponge posted in the first heat, so a little bit of room for Maxime still there to make up.
Red, your last wave, 4.57. White, your last wave was a 2.10. Yellow, your last wave was a 0.10.
So I talked to Sponge about his carving 360, and he didn't like it. He was super critical of the fact that he could have done way better, and he was pleased that it didn't go into his top 2 scores.
That's right.
I said I loved it. It was incredible. And Sarah, who overheard us, his fiance, was like, "Yeah, we loved that. That got a big hoot and a cheer."
Well, you could hear the cheering from the pier.
But is that that self-criticism that you hear from elite athletes? When they do something that's exceptional, they're still analysing it and trying to do better. And that's the difference between people who come second and people who win world titles in sport.
Yeah. And was he saying that it was the positioning in the wave, that he was hoping to do it in a more critical part of the lip, or was it to do with the speed, power and flow through the turn?
Exactly, speed, power and flow through the manoeuvre was something that he was criticising, and he knows in his head he can do better ones, as we see our surfer Rhea, who dropped a 2.5 for that last wave. And Tom, what I love about Rhea here is the way she'll use the hands on the rail and then lifts both hands off the rail, and he gets that. It's almost that would be the equivalent of that moment where you're hanging 10 on a longboard, where you have that weightless feeling.
Yeah, and the way that the hand goes back down to take the control again. Maxime, meanwhile, behind, is going to town on this one, and he sticks that inside turn. Oh, has to really do a bit of work there to make sure he gets the make. It's interesting that Maxime goes for the inside there a little bit earlier than the very end of that inside section, and he whacks up into the lip, and he does it, so he's kind of picked out a part of the lip that he feels can host a closeout manoeuvre, and that will be interesting, because I think that if you see that as a completion, we'll see from Maxine. I didn't quite see what he'd done on the outside, but I think we're going to get a replay of that one. I think it's Rhea, actually.
So Rhea's in an interesting position because she's going for the gold medal, and look, you can see how she just gets that rail on the board there for takeoff, and then she lifts both hands up, and she does ride longboards, and for me, I associate that hands-free feeling with that weightless sensation that longboarders would experience when they're standing at the very tip of the board. Time seems to slow down at certain moments when you're riding a wave. People might get it in the tube ride, longboarders might get it on the nose, and these surfers, parasurfers riding at the cutting edge of the sport, they could get it in the tube, they could get it on rail, but also, like we saw from Rhea, just those beautiful moments of float where you lift that body up high and you can feel the energy of the wave underneath your body, but time seems to slow down, and they're the moments that you then take back onto dry land, and they keep that fire stoked for you to go back out and surf harder and surf more.
And there's a real sense of an expression of joy in the way that Rhea surfs there as well, and she's surfed well from the start of this event. Really impressed by her during the practice sessions earlier, and she was in there for as long as she could be and caught a real bag of solid waves in that. Now we've got a little bit of a break between these sets, which is going to be kind of handy, and that means that the first couple of waves that we're going to see after this set are going to be really smooth. So you can see these wave pools. What we tend to do is we fire off a set of about between 10 and 15 waves depending on the setting, and then we give it a couple of minutes for that water to settle. It does make you think about the attributes of Mother Nature, Sam, when we consider that one of the biggest problems in wave pool technology has been getting water to settle after a wave has moved through it. In Snowdonia they've used these systems, they call them the baffles, that the water can sort of get dissipated by. And what they do here at the Wave, I mean, you know, the technology is reduced from 90-second intervals to 8-second intervals here, but what we do, set the beach announcer say.
5.17. White, your last wave was a 2.57.
So what happens here?
Situation is red, you're in first.
Let them go.
White, you're in second. You need an 8.5 to go first. Yellow, you're in third. You need a combination of scores to go first. To make second place, you need a 5.14.
So both surfers actually improving their heat total with their last scores there. In fact, for both surfers, it's their second best wave. Yeah, so here at the Wave, what we do is we have a break. Now you can just see behind where the surfers are paddling out and to the left a little bit, the water starting to settle. If you let the set just go on indefinitely, eventually there'd be too much water sloshing around. But it does make you realise the attributes of Mother Nature in the way that, you know, you look at some of the world's great powerful surf spots, that a wave can break with a 15-second interval there all day long and be absolutely fine. But I suppose it's got an ocean to escape into, whereas here it's just a lagoon. Rhea Saar negotiates her way through the shoulder section. A little tap towards the nose there with that lead arm, and then goes through, styling through the inside, redirects towards the foam. Maxine, meanwhile, behind is going, I've already said he's going ballistic. This time, I think Maxine got the work done on the outside section, and so where we have seen through the day the judges tending to really favour solid surfing on the outside, to me that would suggest that Maxine is at least giving Llewellyn Sponge a reason to try and improve his heat tally.
Yeah, well, Llewellyn looks like he's in that kind of gold medal position. Of course, all can, you know, be updated tomorrow as the surfers go for two better scores, but it's going to be really interesting to see the battle for silver between Isaac, Oliver and Maxine. It feels like Rhea is going to have the edge over Justine for the gold medal in the women's kneel, but really exciting to see that silver medal battle. And right now, Tom, we can see the surfers having paddled out for our below knee standing classification. So there's some really big names coming up here. Laurie Phipps from France, John Moranovic from Canada, who's based in Costa Rica, in Tamarindo, Zoe Smith, a medalist at the 2022 ISA World Parasurfing Championship, and of course Dana Cummings from the USA, founder of AmpSurf, founder of the Para Surf League, an incredible
Last wave,
positive advocate for adaptive surfing around the world.
Was at 4.8. White, your last wave was a 3.03.
So the surfer in white, Rhea Sarr, improves her total with that last set.
Situation is red. You are
The-
the winner with 11.5 points. In second is white, and with 6.03.
So the surfer in,
In third, yellow with.
we'll just let the beach announcer give the situation. So the surfer in red, Maxime Caban, doesn't improve his heat total there, but 11.5, yeah, he's going to go into second on the leaderboard as far as our calculations tell us. Yeah, so now in this one, Dana Cummings, the man with the plan, we'll get a chance now during this heat to talk about each of these surfers. It looks as though it'll be John Marinovich from Canada. To me, it looks like he's going to be the surfer lining up to go first. And Sam, both of us had a little chat with John during the lunch hour, didn't we? And quite an interesting story. And he's taken to the water in board shorts.
Yeah, and he's going a big shout out to his 3 daughters tuning in, his wife Natalia, his mum Barb. As I said, he's from Canada, but he lives in Tamarindo, and it's his life in Costa Rica that has got him into parasurfing. He's been 2 years an amputee. He said he normally rides a 610, but he's currently using a 7.6 epoxy. Now this is a good
nice.
technical situation here with surfers coming to surf the wave. Do you think they would favour epoxy equipment over PU equipment?
Well, there's a different density on the water, isn't there, without the salt in the water. So the epoxy is much more buoyant. Personally, I find that the lack of flex in epoxy holds back that kind of proprioceptive communication with the wave, that, you know, the flex of a polyurethane and fiberglass, you know, that the surfboard kind of just. In fact, it was when the Super HD slow-mo replays came in that you started to be able to see just how much a PU surfboard flexes. So, however, the buoyancy of the epoxy is going to be really helpful given how thin the water is compared to salt water. Now, it looks as though it is going to be Marinovich who goes first. So only he's learned to surf since becoming an amputee, and on the backside there, and drops that back knee in. Now he's an experienced snowboarder, and it shows there in his ability to ride on through that inside section. You can hear the crowd cheering. Great control of the arms as well. You can certainly see the snowboard style in that. On the way behind then, in the blue, Dana Cummings, the man with a plan. Cummings there on the front side, also surfing in the board shorts from Pismo Beach, where the water is pretty chilly at this time of year. On the backside then in the yellow. Now this is Zoe Smith, the English surfer, and she's right up in the critical point, and out back I can see at the same time Laurie Phipps, who could be French, could be Australian, or could be Welsh, and Laurie Phipps is shredding on this one, weaving back and forth through the inside. What a standard of surfing on those first four waves, Sam.
It felt like John and Laurie got the strongest 2 rides, the first surfer and the last surfer. Laurie, fantastic, Welsh mum, Australian father, of course, Mark Phipps. People know him around the world for his surfboards.
Yeah.
But they live in southwest France, in Seignos. And Laurie, really lively, a lot of climbing and dropping, good control, very expressive. And I love this opening ride of our surfer from Canada, based in Costa Rica. Only been surfing there for 2 years. Look at the control and the way he stays deep in the pocket, gets nice and flexed and low, amputee from the front foot there, but his back foot really directing that bottom turn, climbing and dropping. That is really incredible surfing for John, and you can see somebody there, an athlete, someone who's really going to make a lot of progress in the next few years as he embraces the parasurfing competitions.
I'm buzzing with Surfstoke to watch that guy surf there, and he and I had a bit of a chat about snowboarding. It's interesting, since becoming an amputee, he's only tried to snowboard the once, and it was borrowing some equipment off a mate of his, and he was telling me about the challenges of the stance. So in the snowboarding, he reckons if he does snowboard again, he will have shifted his feet placement, so to more what they call the carve board feet, which was the sort of position that his feet were in just then. In snowboarding, where you've got your feet in a kind of symmetrical position. They call it the duck feet, which was how he would have formerly snowboarded, he was telling me, but that, you know, he sort of had to, in his mind, make that change to the back foot square and the front foot kind of kinked sideways. And I think we're getting a chance to see another replay here.
So this is Zoe, our copper medalist from 2022 at Pismo Beach there. Zoe, really nice quick takeoff there, fast to her feet there. And again, just climbing and dropping like we saw from Laurie Phipps on the wave behind her. And Zoe's control there was outstanding, riding that wave all the way to the end shoulder and kicking out cleanly. So Zoe will be really pleased about that first wave because she surfed it with control. She really put that board on rail, a lot of climbing and dropping. And I know that Zoe was feeling a little bit under the weather when I spoke to her earlier. So she, you know, the woman from Bournemouth will be really stoked to kick off today with a strong ride.
So Bournemouth, Sam, is quite an important place in the English parasurfing scene, isn't it? Is there a kind of a reason for that, or is it just coincidence that there's a lot of guys down in Bournemouth who are in the scene?
Well, I think it's the South Coast area, strong for surf culture anyway.
Right.
White, your last wave was a 3.5. Yellow, your last wave was a 5.17. Blue, your last wave was a 2.5.
I saw Dana Cummings sharing some of the stoke there with Zoe Smith as she kicked out. So they've given Laurie Phipps the highest score.
That made sense. They look that way. I'm really pleased to see Zoe's score coming in high at 5.17. So John gets that 3.50. Dana Cummings comes out with a 2.5, and it looks like our surfer based in Costa Rica from Canada, John, up and riding, Tom.
Yeah, and it's interesting because he's got a bit of work to do to get out of that pocket, and he does. Now, this time round, he just manages to... He gets out of the pocket, but can't quite get the balance of the weight right between the 2 feet, and it rolls him. Cummings is also now on the same foam ball. He's going to have a little bit of work to do to get out of that one. So I don't know whether there's a slightly different nuance in the way that this set is playing against the wall. Zoe Smith, and she's up and riding, so she stays way clear of the foam ball, drives out of the bottom, gets nice and up and into that lip line, and goes close to the top, comes down and makes the land on that one. Laurie Phipps, so the heat leader, and she goes out wide, drives in, and just gets a little bit stuck on that inside rail. So Phipps will certainly be looking to replace that score as we go along.
Yeah, so Phipps kicked off with that strongest score, that 6.67. So this obviously is going to get nowhere near that score, and she'll look to replace it, like you said. But Zoe, she kicked off with a 5.17, and perhaps that's going to go even higher than her opening ride. I mean, that end turn was committed, and she rode out of that re-entry floater cleanly. Dana Cummings kicked off with a 2.50. The goofy footer who grew up in rural Maine and served 6 years in the Marines and served in operations Desert Shield and Desert Storm. And in late 2002, he lost his lower left leg in a car accident, but just 4 months later he learned to surf and founded the AmpSurf Learn to Surf program in 2003 to share rehabilitation through the healing power of adaptive surfing. And he's since gone on to be a Parasurf League founder, and it is great to have Dana over here, and he is certainly the kind of person that just embodies that surf stoke. He's always willing to share the experience he's gained through surfing, and he's always willing to share the stoke of other competitors in a heat. So you know the energy in that heat right now will be positive.
Yeah, there'll be a real good vibe out there in the water, and then of course there's the crowd on the pier that are cheering them along, friends, relatives, fans of the sport. And you can get quite close to surfers from the edge of that pier. You can call information down to them. It looks now as though they're going to run again in the same order of colours.
So 1.17 for Laurie's second wave. She fell early on.
Yeah,
that
she
wave.
won't be worried about that.
She has got the advantage of being a goofy footer surfing on her front side, but Zoe drops 4.17, so it wasn't as high as I thought it would be.
Yeah, but still two real nice solid scores on the board.
Yellow, your last wave was a 4.17, and blue, your last wave was a 1.27.
Yeah, so both blue and red with the throwaways this time round. No, and in fact, White won't really treat that as a keeper either, will he?
So I think the judges might have perhaps really kind of felt there was not as much control on that closing manoeuvre from Zoe, and that maybe is why they pulled that score down into the 4s.
You and I like the ambition of that turn though,
Yeah,
didn't we?
for me it was high degree of difficulty, and she did kind of really project and then ride out of it, but her opening wave of 517 was a lot of controlled surfing, and that is an element to the criteria, control. But of course, if you're going to take risks and put that board on rail, your body is going to have to react, and that's when the wobbles come in, and it's how you can then create that look of control whilst putting the surfboard in a critical part of the wave.
And it's interesting because that was the issue for Marinovic on the last one, and it was the foam ball that rolled him. And now Marinovic, who spent a lot of time on his feet, experiencing here he goes, experiencing the glide, but all of it on a snowboard. So it's at the point where it's the least like snowboarding, where Marinovic had a little bit of trouble there. So it's that foam ball part of the wave. Marinovic was talking about how for him the big learning curve of Phipps on the one behind, glances back, in by that foam ball, stays out in front of it, sensible decision. She's got to get around Marinovic as well. Goes onto the back foot there, smacks one off the top, coming through to the inside and again, and that'll be a great improvement in her score. So Phipps building house, Dana Cummings on the one behind, and he's right in that foam ball as well. So Marinovic and Cummings both having a bit of trouble with the foam ball again on this second ride. Marinovic was telling me that for him, the biggest learning curve has been more about how to paddle around and get into waves, and that he's quite happy once he's on his feet on the backside in that same foam ball. Zoe Smith. Yeah, the foam section's in a bit of a naughty mood in this heat, Sam, compared to how it was for the last couple of heats.
Yeah, claimed a few of the surfers then. Dana, he's been a CNN Hero of the Year, a Californian Veteran of the Year, a Patriot of the Year, and a 2022 WSA Volunteer of the Year. So all of his commitment into parasurfing has really been recognised by the American establishment, and I think that he will be a real poster person for the push for Paralympic inclusion in Los Angeles 2028, and to have such a strong parasurf scene based there in California with the likes of Amp Surf out of Pismo Beach is really important for this campaign to get surfing in the Paralympics. And hopefully officials are tuning into us right now and thinking, well, if we can have live coverage at the Welsh Nationals here at Wave in Bristol,
what could we do at the Olympics? Yeah.
Great success putting parasurfing in the LA 2028 Paralympics.
Yeah. And we've got a replay coming up here.
So this is Laurie. Look at that beautiful takeoff there, quick to get to her feet. And again, look at the grace and elegance, but the radical maneuvers happen on the inside section. Here she really starts to come off the bottom, off the top, off the bottom. 4 big, strong, smooth turns from Laurie Phipps through that section on the inside. So she's got a 5.67 for that score. Not as strong as that opening 6.67, but it puts her in a really commanding position to go for gold here in the below knee standing classification.
Zoe Smith then, we're going to see how this foam ball was not quite behaving itself. Yeah, look, the way that that lip rolls off into the foam ball. Difficult section of the wave to get through because you invariably do come into it with the least speed of the whole ride, don't you?
And it was interesting watching Laurie line up for that fast section. She did a lot of good work outside before the second section.
Yeah, so she'll still get a couple of points. Looking to replace... Zoe looking to replace a 4.17. I reckon probably not quite that time.
Wave are as follows.
They're getting their scores.
Red, your last wave was a 5.67. White, your last wave was a 1.93. Yellow, your last wave was a 1.73. Blue, your last wave was a 1.67. Situation, red, you're in first with 12.34 points. Yellow, you're in second, you need 7.17 to go first. White, you're in third, you need a combination of scores to go first.
So they're getting plenty of information from the beach announcer.
To go first, rather, and blue, you're in fourth. You need a 4.17.
Yeah, okay, so the competitor will get an update. Now it looks like Phipps is going to go first on this set. She's communicating there with somebody on the wall about whether or not to take the second one, and then has been advised, correctly in my opinion, to wait until the third wave. So here she goes up and riding on the front side, stylish surfer, and just overdoes it going towards the shoulder. So Phipps developing a bit of a pattern, score, no score, score, no score. At least she's going to have a nice short paddle out. Marinovic on the one behind, Sam.
Yeah, nice takeoff there in the bowl section, nice high line there. He just kind of almost moves up to the nose to just get that planing, to get increased pressure further up that board to keep trimming, but it won't go into his top two as we see Dana Cummings pops up quickly but falls early. So Dana kicks off with that 2.50. He's still looking to get a score higher than that 2.5 because he's now got a 1.27 and a 1.67 as we see Zoe Smith up and riding with a beautiful cutback there, Tom.
Oh, and a fast section, grabs the outside rail, bashes one off the top, and he's going to make it on down through the inside. That was the manoeuvre of the heat, in my opinion, there. So the judges have got to weigh up now. They got to judge apples against oranges here. We've got a one big manoeuvre for that wave of yellow, comparing it to the several stylish manoeuvres of Laurie Phipps. There are still some waves to come in this set, so I wonder whether Phipps might actually get moving here, whether or not she's been told that she's got to wait so the judges get the scores in. I'm not quite sure. She looks like she's just trying to figure out whether to go or not. Laurie Phipps, she's here with her dad Mark, as you mentioned, Sam. Mark, a former fourth place finish in the, well, would have then been the ISA World Games 1992, the year that Grant Frost won the world title. And Mark Phipps was in the final with Brendan Margerson. So Mark, now a shaper. And I was commentating just last week on Laurie's younger brother Jay, who was winning the juniors at the Boardmasters and got himself through a couple of rounds of the QS contest. So Mum Christine is watching from France. I think Jay is back there with her in France as well. Christine's Welsh, she's from Mumbles. So the Phipps family do spend a bit of time on these shores.
And Rob Blythe is being a French teacher for the family, is that correct?
So I think Rob Blythe has tutored them in a couple of different subjects. So Rob's my colleague who was calling the Boardmasters with me, and so they're in Senyos and Rob's just around the corner from them.
Your fourth wave scores.
And
red, your last wave was a 1.4.
Is that the announcer
Your
go?
last wave was a 2.9. Yellow, your last wave was a 4.93. Blue, your last wave was a 0.43.
So I'll shout out as well. You're talking about Rob and his academic support for the Phipps kids. Laurie Phipps also, when she was younger, was the Phipps family are very close. They're staying while they're here in Bristol with Renee Godfrey, former Welsh ladies champion.
Red, you're
And
in first place with
we'll just let the announcer go again.
4 points. Yellow, you're out in second. You need a 7.17 to go first. White, you're in third. You need an 8.84 to go first, or a 6.6 to go second. And blue, you are in fourth. You need a 9.84 to go first, a 7.6 to go second, and a 3.9 to go third.
Yeah, so Renee Godfrey, former Welsh ladies champion. The Phippses are staying with Renee while they're here, and Renee, when Laurie was a little kid, used to babysit for her because Renee also lived down in the south of France. So they very much, as a family, got connections three ways. They're currently surfing as France. I say as France, for France. But both Australia and Wales would have equal places in Laurie's heart, and she goes onto the front side, and a nice stylish carve to start this one off. This wave looks like it's going to be a keeper for Laurie, doing some work to get through to the inside with a bag of speed, and really gets moving with some dynamic hot dog in there, and is going to get a full completion on this. Now that, for me, styling out into the flats, is the wave of the heat. And behind Marinovic is absolutely flying on this one and glances off the inside and comes down into the steep trough section and sticks it. So the surfing going through the roof on this one. Dana Cummins, he may or may not know what brilliance has happened before him, but he's going to have something to say about it either way. Just got to get out of that naughty foam ball, and he does so, and he's up and ahead of it and glances off the top as well, and Cummins just goes for the little bit, bites off a little bit too much on the nose at the end, but it doesn't matter because the main work had been done. Zoe Smith just overcooks it on the cut back there. Otherwise we'd have had a 4 from 4 on that set, but for me, that wave from Laurie Phipps, Sam, taking it to another level, and I can see there as well that Laurie is riding a pintail twin fin. I think we're going to get a replay here.
She's got a fin box in there for the centre fin, but she's opting to just go with the twin fin. But that was incredible from Laurie, the way she just got that rhythm going through the middle of the wave, and I think it's going to go well higher than her previous scores. Her highest score is a 6.67, but this is John looking to get a score higher than 2.5, and he does. He gets in at 2.83, but he really got that control there. And then look at the way he uses that slight adjustment to the feet position to just keep that board planing, but also climbing and dropping, so committing to radical manoeuvres and dropping a decent score. As we also hear a big score coming in for Laurie.
Absolutely ripping all of that. So Laurie gets a 6.27 for that last one. Marinovic the 3.7, and Cummins also improves his total with a 2.93. So a pretty good finish to the heat there. When you got 3 out of the 4 surfers all posting the highest score of the heat, you get the sense that there's a leaderboard developing there, really. And you know, we talked about, we got this leaderboard format going, so the surfers are always going to be surfing against their own scores. I can see down there that Phipps and Marinovic and Cummins, they're all giving each other a hug on the shore.
Great vibes, and it's going to be a real good battle between Laurie and Zoe for gold medal in the women's. And Laurie got the best today, but there's an opportunity for Zoe tomorrow to get
5 more waves,
higher scoring waves.
It's half time.
It's it's all to play for.
And due to the negligent penalty taking of the French ladies, or was it the excellent Australian goalkeeping, we've been denied the England-France showdown in the World Cup. But we're going to have our own England-France showdown here tomorrow, and hopefully that'll be rivaling some of the coverage of the Lionesses against they're playing Spain in the final, aren't they? Yeah, so
we got a great spread just now as we move into the blind partial classification. So we got Pierre Gagalano from France, Louis Menchichi from France as well, Alexander Shub from Israel. I've just seen that Alex is here with Adi Guska, a prolific Israeli.
Adi Gluska is here.
Yeah, prolific
Wow.
Israeli shortboarder who has represented Israel at the ISA events
since
the
early,
late 80s.
Yeah, late 80s, I'd say.
And you know, like a stalwart of
Absolutely.
You know, particularly kind of medium-sized waves. His ability to cram as many top-to-bottom combination turns into one wave as possible was exceptional. But also in this heat we got Melissa Reid, 3 times ISA World Parasurfing champion, and of course Matthew Thorne as well from Wales, who's up and riding right now, Tom, with that first wave of the heat.
Yeah, just an in and out for Thorne to start us off, but that's okay. He'll know that he's got 5 more to go. Yeah, Adi Gluska used to be a deadly goofy footer back in the day. I think my first memory of him is Thurso, or 93, whatever the year when Russell Winter was in that final with the 3 French, and they and there was no priority system. You can imagine how that went. Up and riding on the front side in the red, and really ripping into this one. This is Piero Gagliano, and he smacks one off the top, really styling out of that, and goes for the inside foam top. So some of the most dynamic surfing of the day that we've seen so far. In the yellow, Alexander Shub, the Israeli, and he really goes for it through that inside section as well, and goes down in exactly the same place. So Reid, the 3 times world champ, and she knows the wave well to be able to stick that turn by there. We've not seen anybody ride up and over the roof of the wave on that section so far, landing in inches of water. So Sam, world champions doing what world champions do.
Absolutely, that was really nice to see the level from our Frenchman Piero. He looked like he would have got the best of those scores as the judges start to deliver them. As we see a nosedive from fellow French surfer Lou. Melissa, she'll build on that. That's something that she knows she's going to get a much more dynamic surfing all the way through the section. But Alexander Shub from Israel, just age 15, from Ra'anana in the southern Sharon Plain of the Central District of Israel. He often rides twin fins. He rides for an Israeli surf brand called The Clinic, and he works a lot with a surf therapy program called Yamtov, an NGO founded by Paralympic sailors Doron Levitt and Israel Altman. And it must be said that Israel has a very strong parasurfing community, the likes of Dr. Alan Avasar of Nachman, Balula. There's a lot of medalists who come out of the parasurfing community down in Israel.
I think Nachman was one of our winners here last year when we were up in Snowdonia. So he's not here this year, but absolutely shredding last year.
Yeah, and also involved in a lot of other para sports. So they can bring a lot of expertise into how they adapt to the likes of para soccer and other activities to bring into surfing.
So we've got a couple of scores dropping. We'll let Tim Aylett tell you.
Your first wave was a 0.43. Yellow, your first wave was a 4.5. Blue, your first wave was 1 point. Black,
see Alexander
your first
Shrub
wave
there.
was a 1.67.
I like the way that Piero Gagliano just looked the other way as Shrub kicked out of that one.
Yeah, that was great surfing from Alex, just age 15, really lively, loose, quick pop-up. And again, it's that top to bottom surfing, the surfers who are able to come hard off the bottom and engage with that top turn and then generate more speed to go into the next combination of turns. They have been standing out a lot on these left-handers here at the Wave in Bristol.
How much do you watch what the other surfers are doing when you're in a heat, Sam?
I think it can be very off-putting. It's really important to control the controllable, and that includes your own mental state, your own equipment, your own plan with your coaches, and what you can do with your waves. If you get too lured into watching the performance of the other surfers, I think that can be problematic. There comes a point where you do need to recognize what you might need to get the win, and therefore you'll be conscious of other surfers' scores. But at this stage, I think it's really important to focus on your own opportunities and not get too sucked in to watching others.
Yeah. So Louis Mashish goes for the second wave of the set here. So they did have a little tilt at the first wave and gets a great ride on that one. And then up on riding with a really sharp pull around of the tail on that one now. It's the surfer in front in red, the heat leader, and then goes for the foam bounce. So Gagliano probably not going to end up keeping that one by the end of the event, but a second pretty solid tilt at the wave here now. And then on the front side, really stylish coming through the inside here. Off the top, again, 3 manoeuvres, 4 manoeuvres, and then Melissa Reid out back, Sam.
Beautiful bottom turn from Melissa Reid. You could see the spray that she threw off that first turn, and then again a hard second turn. So 2 dynamic big turns, a third one through the inside. She falls there, but not after having completed 2 very radical, committed, controlled off the tops. So I think Melissa will certainly be pleased with the way she surfed on that wave.
And the first make on the wave behind for Matthew Thorne, so he's going to be getting up and onto the scoreboard. So again, 5 waves for the judges to have a think about. They need brains like AI to be able to pull this thing off.
So Piero gets an 8.17 for that first wave.
Wow, it's a huge score.
Doesn't feel like that second wave is going to be as strong, but that's the first wave to go into the excellent range. We've had a lot of surfers coming with high 7s, but he's the first surfer to reach that 8 mark and go into what we call the excellent range. All of those judges delivering scores out of 10, but of course the reason you get those decimal points is because we're creating the average from those 3 scores.
Yeah, so that'll be in no small part to that really big frontside hack at the start of the wave. There I am using the language of violence again, the hack, the snap.
So how can we rephrase that, Tom, so that it's a more theatrical, dance-like, performative, celebratory adjective, perhaps more with a feminine edge?
Yeah, what would that have been? That would have been a swish, perhaps, something onomatopoeic. Although I think the way that Gagliano moved from the front foot to the back foot and pulled the weight round with that rotational body torque, and then the way that the rotation of the upper body leads but doesn't go at the same time as the rotation of the lower body was what added that kind of style to it. And the shape of the spray that Gagliano threw out in that first turn. We've got some scores to come. 7.33 for the second of red.
1.07.
Second of white, 1.07.
Second wave of yellow, 4.83.
That's yellow, 4.83.
Second wave of blue, 1.27. Second wave of black, 5 points. Situation. Red doing first with a heat total of 15.5.
5-point ride for
Yellow
Melissa
second.
Reid.
Yellow, you need a combination
That
of
for
scores
me
to go first.
is
Black, you're in third.
that's
You
a
need combination
pretty
of scores to go first and a 4.33 to go second.
that's a
Blue,
pretty
you're in fourth.
tight
You need a
bit of
combination
judging
scores to
for
go
me
first
from
and an
Melissa Reid,
8.06 to go
who
second.
threw
White,
buckets
you're
of
in
spray
fifth. You need a combination
on
of
that
scores
first
to go
turn and got a
first and an
fair bit of work done
8.26
going
to go
through onto
second.
the inside. 5 points for that last one of Melissa Reid.
But she knows if she completes the turns on that inside section, she could be on the excellent range.
Yeah.
And Melissa from Porthtowan, 3 times ISA World Parasurfing champion, 4 times a national parasurfing champion, and she got back into surfing after a back injury that meant she couldn't continue her Paralympic triathlon, and she's been a Paralympian. So the sporting prowess that Melissa brings to the global parasurfing community, a bit like Hannah Dines, is extremely valuable, not only for her own possibilities of winning continued golds, but also for the wider community, the recognition and the experience gained being in the Paralympics as we see our heat leader up and riding.
And he's looking to see if he can get a second excellent score here. It doesn't do as much on the outside as he does otherwise on the labour drop wallet snap, and if he had stuck that, it would have been a points buffet. Melissa Reid on the backside again throws a lovely sheaf of spray, and then just hugging on the inside pocket there, glides through that inside section, and then is looking to try and lay one down at the end, and certainly marks that wave off neatly. And yellow behind that, Sam.
Alex looking really loose and lively, age 15, still studying at school. You can see the potential in this young surfer. He's got great technique, climbing and dropping, and this is the blind partial division. So this is surfers who have a visual impairment defined by the International Blind Sports Federation as what is known as B2 and B3 categories. So these surfers have partial sight. They're not completely blind. In the parasurfing games that you might tune into in November, you will see classification of the totally blind surfers, and these surfers with partial sight still do work with a spotter. That spotter is able to communicate with the surfers about the waves visually and verbally, but that spotter is not able to touch the surfer. If that spotter does touch the surfer, they will be penalised.
Right.
So they develop their own language so that the other people in the heat won't necessarily know what they're going for, but they've trained with a particular set of signals so they know the difference between the right waves to choose and the types of strategies and techniques to use on the ride once they've caught the wave.
And Reid competed last week in the ladies WQS 1000 or QS 1000, they don't say the W anymore, in Newquay at the Boardmasters, which was her first WSL event. And it was interesting in that because with it being a fully fledged professional event, Reid wasn't able to have a spotter or any of these things, and she still got herself a full scorecard in that event. Was within an achievable score of advancing through, and so a real milestone, I think, for parasurfing to have one of the parasurfing athletes actually take to the water in a full QS 1000.
6.27.
So 6.27 the last of red, and we can see that on the screen.
So just
Call it the drop established surfing nomenclature. It means that you're looking back over your shoulder as if you've dropped your wallet on the floor and you're just leaning down to pick it up. So that's where they get the name of the drop wallet. Classic shortboarding style for the surfer in red, Gagliano, and a real kind of hot dog shortboarding style as well. We see again that Lou Machiche from France goes on the first of the set, and then like with the last ones, it's going to be Gagliano. Go Sam.
Beautiful again, off the bottom, off the top, slowing down, but then look at the acceleration there, and this is where things get lively. So just keeping it nice and loose, big roundhouse cut back there, but with the wave, if you cut back too far into the foam, sometimes it won't allow you to project back on the face. As we see Melissa Reid again with that opening top turn. That's her trademark maneuver here at the wave. She trains regularly here. This is really strong from Melissa Reid.
Ripping.
And then attacking this inside section with great control as she kicks out cleanly with Alex out back, climbing and dropping and generating speed, Tom.
Yeah, Shub getting some work done on the inside here, and he sticks that turn and coming through again, in and out of the lip one more time. So again, plenty of work for these judges to do. The surfer in blue, Matthew Thorne, got a little bit hung up on the takeoff there, so that's interesting. Gagliano, he's still feeling the wave out.
I like what I saw from Melissa. She's building on things. She's got a 5 and a 5.23.
Oh, that's going to be her score, isn't it? That's going to be her best score so far.
Yeah, you get the feeling that this is going to be a really strong score for Melissa. She's just, really starting to kind of work on those fives and get higher. But this is the replay of our last ride for our Frenchman, who's got an 8.17 and 7.33. But look at how electric and lively. But this is where, when you cut back on that roundhouse and rebound off that foam a little bit too deep, you don't generate that speed projection to get back on the open face. But because he's already got those big scores, he's feeling lively. But I think this from Melissa Reid, that third turn there, backed up by that fourth big snapping re-entry, throwing spray, and then one more last turn on the inside, kicking out in the channel. To me, that looks like Melissa's strongest score of the heat so far.
I agree, Sam. I think that last score of Melissa Reid, if we look at where she's gone so far, a 5.23 as her highest score, I reckon we could be finding at least 2 points on top of that, because on both of those fives, there was some part of the wave where there was a very clear possibility for how Melissa could score more. That time, it was explosive surfing from the start of the wave right the way through to the end. Gagliano's cutback with the foam bounce, I like the imagination and the creativity behind the idea of that maneuver. I think, like his drop wallet, again, it's the wrong part or place of the wave for that maneuver on this occasion, but you can easily see your way to a situation where Piero Gagliano could stick either of those turns or even both of them on the same wave. So red, yeah, it doesn't go into the top two, it's just a 4.5, white, a nothing really. So 4.7, yeah, and the judges, Sam, they must have seen Melissa Reid surfing plenty of times before and know that she's got plenty left in the bank, because a 5.6 for that last. The highest that one of the judges gave it was a 6.5, so there's one judge who's only about half a point out of where we would have been. But what else do you think that they're expecting from Reid? Would it just be a little bit more power and speed?
I think she's got it dialed. I think she's surfing for gold here. She's doing, everything she can do on these waves. That last ride was explosive, controlled, variety, speed, power, flow, riding it all the way through to the channel, maximising every bit of scoring potential. I loved everything I saw from Melissa Reid there, and what's quite nice is the fact that she's built on those scores. She kicked off with that low score,
you're right.
She's got the 5, the 5.23 and the 5.6. It's relative. She's still in the gold medal position for the blind partial women's. So yes, she's probably going to be a little bit disappointed hearing those particular numbers, but she won't be disappointed with the way she's surfing.
But ascending quality of scores from wave 1 through to 4 is the kind of scorecard you'd put up in a classroom. Gagliano, and this time he gets a really smooth drawn out cutback, looking back for the whitewater, and he's trying to build on a big score already, so you can't blame him. He's actually going to spin and go on the inside here, a late takeoff onto the foam ball, and now this gives the judges something to think about, because do they now give him wave 4 and 5? I'm not sure. Melissa with really fast fluid turns on the inside here on this one. So again, I think this is also yet again Melissa's best wave. So she could be delivering the perfect heat in terms of waves 1 through 5, each steadily improving on another, and Shove coming to the inside, Sam.
Really nice turn there through the inside section. That's one of the best re-entries we've seen from Alex. Doesn't quite ride out cleanly at the end. It was a middle part of the ride was extremely strong. So he's scoring in the mid 4s. He's got a 4.83 and a 4.7. Might well be close to that last score. I'm not sure Melissa will beat her 5.6. My memories of her previous ride were that it was a stronger ride than we last saw. Maybe it'll go into the top 2, but we'll see.
Yeah, interesting. Melissa, explosive on the inside this time. Now, that is, I think, the surfer from the next heat, isn't it? Yeah, these are surfers from the next heat now getting dialed in, and in fact, I think that's one of the volunteers riding in on the front side there. In the yellow.
That was Addy.
That was Addy Glusker himself, the man himself. Yes, it was.
Who is
wasn't it?
working as the.
I was about to say that volunteer looked quite unusually
Alex.
astute on his front side.
Yeah, he's an absolute legend of surfing, and that's the great thing about the Parasurf community is it brings together people from the long history of surfing in these countries. For example, the Jamaican parasurfing team, they will have Ike Wilmore as one of their team managers, as a pusher and a catcher and a spotter, and Ike Wilmot from one of the founding families of Jamaican surfing, an incredible explosive shortboarder, like we have just seen with this combination with young 15-year-old Alex and his coach Addy, who is a stalwart of international surfing and still as fit as a fiddle, as we see Melissa there looking to add to her top 2. A 5.6, I don't think it will come in that top 2, but I really am impressed with the way that Melissa just built on those scores. I feel that 5.6 for us, it was like it was a 7 for us. We felt like it was it was everything that was needed, but it's relative. It's her score dropped against her previous scores, so if she's improving on those, that's a good sign.
Shub narrowly misses out on improving his heat total, so he drops to 4.47.
He just had one strong manoeuvre on that wave. He needed 3 strong manoeuvres to really get into the 5 range.
Yeah, we're just waiting then for the last 2 scores to drop. So Thorne, and he really had a pretty exciting stack on the outside, surfboard flying up into the air. Went for it with a super late takeoff, but he made a couple earlier in the heat, so his best scores were from a little bit earlier in the heat. And then the judges we need one more judge to drop for that surfer in the black. And a little bit of adjustment, and that comes in, you spot on, Sam, with a 4.53, so Reed ends up getting waves 3 and 4 are her best waves so far. Now, there are 5 more waves to be ridden for each category. I can see as well in the white down there, Sam, that Lou Mashish, the French surfer who was surfing on the first wave of each set on the inside, and who ended up picking up a couple of scores as well, best scores coming from the first and second waves, was being pushed into that one by Mark Phipps. So we had Addy Glusker and Mark Phipps in the water together then, and I would wager that those guys would have come up against each other in various ISA scenarios through the 90s. So there was some real key figures from world surfing folklore in the water supporting the parasurfing that was taking place in that heat then, and it's no wonder it shows, because the standard of surfing in that one, I mean, we had essentially a highlight reel there. We could probably clip together several waves from the surfers in red, yellow and the black, and we could probably post a little edit on the old Instagram or something nowadays that would keep up with any of the Matt Miolas or the I don't know who are the hot up and coming Instagrammers of the age nowadays, Sam. I don't know. I'm not as down with the kids as I used to be.
Yeah, well, there's some big influences within the parasurfing community who have huge engagement and following.
Yeah.
Someone I can think of is a reigning ISA World Parasurfing champion out of the USA is our surfer Liv Stone.
Liv Stone, I watch a lot of Liv Stone's
She has
stuff
a
on.
huge following, and the way she uses her passion for parasurfing in the ocean to blend with her love of cooking, of culture, of health, of lifestyle, and
the little tutorials on how to make certain dishes and things like that. Yeah.
And again, it's those types of icons who really help the parasurfing Paralympic movement, because again, she would be a poster woman of
Absolutely,
the
yeah.
2028 Paralympics.
And Liv Stone originally lived inland, I believe, and has more recently then moved out to California to pursue that surfing career.
Fell in love with surfing, and the family supported the opportunity, and has become a multiple world champion, and she really is a wonderful ambassador for parasurfing.
Yeah, yeah.
So this is the prone unassisted classification coming up next, Tom. So this is surfers who ride waves in a prone position and do not require assistance paddling into a wave and getting back on the board safely. So this is a contrast to the prone assist that we saw kicking off our proceedings earlier this morning, where the surfers have a pusher and a catcher. That pusher just getting the surfer into the wave, and then the prone assist rider athlete will be riding the wave alone, but then the catcher will help the surfer get back on the board in order to paddle back up safely. But these surfers are unassisted. So we got Stephen Lightbound, Sebastian Bass and Julian Bletcher. 3 surfers here, and look out for Stephen. He's based here in Bristol. He's a writer and a poet. He's published some fantastic poetry that you'd love, Tom, if you haven't read it already. Only Air and The Last Custodian, 2 fantastic collections of poetry. And Stephen regularly comes to the wave, but he's still learning these different settings. So he was telling me this morning when we caught up that he got quite confident on the Waikiki setting,
Right.
and then he progressed on to the intermediate setting. But this setting is the advanced setting, and he still recognizes that he still needs to do more training to get his takeoff style on this setting. So it's going to be great to see how he copes here in the heat.
Dreamy looking first wave to go through there, which is generally not one that the surfers tend to pick up on. He has a little look at the second, which is not always the approach surfers take. It's normally from the third on, and so I think Lightbound here, he's just found himself out on the shoulder a little bit and is going to push the reset, go for the channel and come back around. So he's going to let one of the other surfers go first.
He's only been surfing for 2 years, and
Wow.
the fact that he competed last year for Team England at the RSA World Parasurfing Championship was exceptional. As we can see, our surfer from Germany, Julian, up and riding.
Yeah, and he gets a lovely takeoff and then is riding through that shallow inside section. He's going to hang on here and ride right the way through. And then behind him with a late takeoff, dropping in, fading off the bottom and coming up into the speed pocket, looking to see what can happen on the inside, and nearly pulls in and just gets swallowed by that one. It was Sebastian Bass.
So this is interesting. So the helpers there, they'll be just making sure that Sebastian is okay and safe, and they will help if he needs assistance. But Sebastian most likely is totally comfortable at getting back on his board without the need for assistance, in contrast to the prone assist, where the catcher would help the surfer get back on the board. They're just literally doing this for safety, but
Yeah.
these surfers can comfortably paddle into the waves and get back on the board. But like I said, Stephen is still adjusting to getting used to surfing the advanced setting. And you have to remember that Stephen's only been surfing for 2 years. So if he does get a wave here, it's going to be a real special achievement, because he was really recognizing that that is something he's still getting used to. It's just getting that right line to get into these waves on the advanced setting here at the wave in Bristol.
And quite sensibly, Lightbound recognises when he's gone through the takeoff zone, and so rather than hanging in close to that wall and getting smashed by the white water, he just elects to come out onto the shoulder, go back round, have another little look, and I would imagine, you know, he's got 10 cracks of the whip here, and I'm sure he'll pick something up before this heat is out.
But Sebastian and Julian looked absolutely red hot. They really, you know, got themselves really in that bowl, in that pocket section.
Yeah.
I love the prone classifications because I just love those subtleties about that upper body movement to just get yourself locked in the pocket, and the feeling of lying close to the braking energy of a wave is, it's a real particular sensation you get, in contrast to surfers that ride in the standing position and get that energy moving up through their body. To be riding in a prone position and to be that close to the action, it's a whole other experience. And for surfers that don't ride prone, I thoroughly recommend doing things like body surfing or riding finless smallboards to feel that energy.
The athleticism, it's a kind of a core athleticism, isn't it? So these surfers, and a lot of them have got very used to how life has to work without the use of all of the limbs. So that core stability and the core strength, and that is a really physically challenging thing to do, and quite beautiful to watch when it's pulled off, and when it's married with the creativity and the stoke that these guys have. So you can see now we've got a break between sets, so there's a kind of a current that develops in the middle there, and we're waiting for that current to drop away a little bit.
So Stephen had a sledging accident age 16 in the mid-90s that rendered him paralysed, and he also does a lot of yoga teaching.
Right.
If you have the opportunity to follow him online, you'll make the connection with his wonderful family and wife, and she's also an online yoga teacher, and her online sessions great to watch, and he's got a real strong family backing behind him, and it's really kind of it's really exciting because he's going to get this wave top, and so
they'll give him a score for that, I reckon.
I'm so behind Stephen getting one of these waves, because he really did express how hard he's finding it to catch them. So just the chance to get locked in that face. When he does get on the wave, he's got great control. So we will see that if he gets the opportunity to catch one.
I think they'll give him a score for that last one, and he did look like he was going to have a little nibble at the inside section, and he does pick one up on the inside. And you're right, Sam. Look at that control. Rides out onto the face and comes off the top and goes right down into the pocket of that thing. So he held back on us a little bit there, but gosh, he had some game once he was riding. And behind him, Sebastian Bass, and he goes through that inside section, just is swallowed by the barrel there. And then the surfer in yellow, Fletcher, just holding off to make sure that there isn't too much carnage on the inside to ride through, and he looks to take the wide approach through that shoulder, and now the wave is going to steepen up, and he waits forward on a big free fall drop into that thing.
So interesting. You could just see the dynamics of I use the word bathymetry, viewers might not be familiar with that word, but just generally the sculpting of the bed of the lake, and that's what determines where and how the wave breaks. So obviously if you sculpt a shallow section, the wave is going to pitch there. If you have a deep section, the wave is less likely to break there. But you can really see it watching these prone non-assist surfers, the way those steep sections stand up, and how he got high on that, and then it got extremely shallow and he got catapulted forward. And it would be very interesting now to just see this lake drained after seeing a set, and you'd really then recognize why the waves break where they are. The engineers who have designed the wave garden technology, the amazing team led by Nick Counsfield here from the Wave Bristol, they have created a facility specifically designed for these waves to peel perfectly into this channel.
And you spoke earlier about the Waikiki setting, which you said that Lightbound had done a fair bit of surfing on. And what they do for that Waikiki session is they reduce the wave in size a little bit, but then they change. We see a replay of that drop back in by Fletcher on that one, and just swashbuckling surfing.
Yeah, he went for it full force, 100%
just
commitment.
Absolutely gung-ho. Yeah, so the wave isn't that much smaller, but what they do is they adjust the angle at which the wave is pushed out, so that the wave bends off the wall, refracts across itself, and it causes a little peak in the centre. And the word that we use in surfing is it's an A frame. So when the wave overlaps itself, it looks like it's making a shape of the letter A in the middle of the bay, and it always looks beautiful. Now, whenever I've come here to surf myself, being a shortboarder, I'm often sort of being a bit kind of greedier for some of the settings with a little bit more raw power in them, but I've watched that Waikiki and I've mind surfed it, with as much joy as any setting here. Have you surfed on the Waikiki setting?
So if you're coming to surf here at the Wave, so the Waikiki is a setting where you can only use softboards or foam boards.
Right, okay.
So you can either use one of the foam boards provided here by the Wave in
Okay, I
Bristol.
didn't realise that.
You could use your own soft or foam board, but it's not a setting that you can use hard boards on. So the first kind of more progressing level setting is intermediate. So that's a setting that some of the Groms might be interested in surfing. A lot of the parasurfers might want the higher power we're seeing on the advanced. Some of them might prefer the intermediate. Some of the longboarders like the fact the intermediate's a smaller setting with a bit more time for the nose ride. But a lot of the shortboarders will like the advanced and the expert settings.
But that Waikiki setting looks super fun. I saw a session of it this morning. Just the way that it folds over itself, it's great mind surfing.
Absolutely, it'll break in a different part of the lake, and we can see Stephen here. We really got to get behind him. Can he get into this wave?
It's going to happen. It's going to happen. I mean, he really went to town on the last one once he got up and riding, and here he goes. Oh, and there's a bit of a... That was a steep section there, so I think it was a pretty sensible decision to wait back on the surfboard and get out of that. I think he's going to head for the shoulder on that one.
So scores, at the moment we've got Sebastian with the best two scores. He's got that 3.3 and that 2.83. And of course up and riding right now, looking to replace that 2.83, Tom.
Lightbound, by the way, I think what happened on the last set was that they gave him the score for the first wave, which he didn't fully manage to drop down, and so then that wave that he rode in when he did that kind of free falling drop back in was actually seen as a repositioning wave, and they didn't give him the score for it. That's the explanation I can find for the fact that at the moment they've just given him the 3 minor scores.
Julian in the bowl section there, beautiful positioning, climbing and dropping,
near the barrel.
leaning into the inside rail. You can really see use of the upper body to really climb and slide back down. So maneuvers were high. For me, the way that Julian surfed that last section, perhaps some of the strongest maneuvers we've seen in this heat. So he's looking to replace it. 1.73. He's already got a 2. I feel like that ride could be his highest score of the heat. It comes in at a 3.17.
Yeah.
So it's going to be it looks to be like the gold medal battle at the moment is between Sebastian and Julian. At the moment, Sebastian's got a 3.3 and a 2.83, but Julian, having just dropped that 3.17. Look at the replay here of our surfer in white, Sebastian, just really engaging on that inside rail, using those handles, and you can see how it's all about that rail to rail engagement to stay on the open face, and that's where the gold medal is going to be battled between these two surfers from Germany, Julian and Sebastian, in yellow and white.
And we know, of course, that if Stephen Lightbound does get himself into one, that he can really...
And look at this from Julian there. This was a beautiful manoeuvre here, pulling into that section and really committing and looking and leaning. And a lot of these prone surfers will have a sculpted section on the deck of their board that is just a design feature that really demonstrates that parasurfing boards have so many extra elements of design, and we're still only breaching into the material possibilities of these boards. We've been exploring all the types of design elements, but the options for eco-renewable materials, for the use of stronger materials like carbon fibre, there's really exciting horizons for the engineering of the boards as well.
Last wave in yellow, 3.17.
So a 4.43 for the last of Sebastian Bass there. So he puts himself into a pretty solid lead there. Bletcher would need a 4.59 as it stands if he wanted to take that lead back in only one wave. So at the moment in Germany against Germany, it looks as though it's white over yellow, but all could change because there's 2 sets still to be ridden by both surfers. I can see that Lightbound is now on the inside. He's taking a little bit of coaching advice, which the surfers are absolutely allowed to do. We've got, it's a bit like a cricket field there now. We've got 4 all spread out on the inside, as you said, Sam. They're not catchers, but they make, just rolls it on the inside, but a pretty good bit of work done beforehand. So he'd need to replace his 3.17 if he was going to lower the requirement.
I like that a lot.
I think it's a good chance.
Yeah, I mean, he's certainly going to replace the 2.
And behind with a nosedive in takeoff late, Stephen Lightbound. So really goes for it on that section. That'll be a nose, a lung, a mouth and ears full of lake water there, but he'll shake himself off and get back out.
Yeah, and yeah, he's in the impact zone there, but he's letting himself get washed through. So that's exactly the safe thing to do, is when you don't make a wave here, you just let yourself get washed through, staying close to the wall, and then you can either come in against the wall or you can move around to come back through the channel. But of course, you do really feel it when you have those types of wipeouts, because you've got to get a lot of wash, get a lot of water on your head, and it can be quite a shake-up.
A little bit of wind grooming these waves again now. There was a little spell through the sort of middle of the day where the wind had just held off a little bit.
They call this wave swannies because when the lake first opened, there's a beautiful clip that you might find on social media of a swan surfing this left-hander, but today there was some Canadian geese who surfed the right-hander, and one of the surfability staff got an iPhone clip of one of the geese surfing the right-hander. So
is that going to get shared by
it's really
somewhere
interesting.
then? Yeah.
But it's great. This is green. It's not only blue health, it's green health. It's a surfing environment in a green environment, in woodland, in farmland, and that was the big drive of Nick Hounsfield and all the team of the Wave, was to bring the blue health of breaking waves to an urban environment in a wonderfully progressive area, which is Bristol, Bristol's the only green politician in government is from Bristol. It's a progressive area, and it really should be celebrated as a pioneer of these opportunities.
Rumoured to be the home stomping ground of the progressive graffiti artist Banksy as well. So there's the last time I came here, actually, it was to go to a punk gig on the other side of town, and we did pop through here a little bit earlier because we were recording a podcast beforehand. But that now, actually, Sam, was probably some 8 to 10 months ago, and with a whole winter season and a summer in bloom to have elapsed since then, one of the things that I noticed was a real change in this landscape when I skated over this morning, only just behind yourself. We both came over on skateboards in the wet this morning, and I can see that we got a little bit of dry dust to get off our decks before we ride them back over.
Our good bearings have taken some risks today.
Yeah, they have. Yeah, and it felt a bit nerve-wracking actually, how wet some of that floor was. But one of the big changes that I picked up on was that some of the shrubs and some of the small saplings and things like that they've planted here have now started to grow. They're into their second season. I saw that kind of meadow area just outside in flowering. And so there was a real sense that the project is still something that's kind of growing into itself, and you kind of can imagine what it's going to be like down the line when you get here, and there's going to be a lot of sort of green nature growing around, various different birds, and up and riding here in the yellow Bletcher, and he's on a good one on this one and drops in deep into the pocket and getting a good bit of work done on the inside and rolls it. And Sam, you just got some intel on Bletcher and Bass.
Yeah, absolutely. So Llewellyn Sponge Williams just let us know that both Sebastian and Julian are prone assist, so they are actually getting pushed into the wave. So Stephen is the only prone non-assist in this group. So apologies if there was any mix-up with all you parasurfing fans tuning in, but Stephen is the only athlete in the non-assist, so that's why he's trying to catch these waves non-assisted. But Sebastian, Julian, they've got that assistance there.
So there goes Stephen, and give him a score for that one. Now I think he may well have a little nibble at the one behind. I think there's still rooms left in this set, and a late takeoff there. Brave, bold, throws caution to the light easterly wind. And you can see that the helpers are surfability are just making their way out. It looks to me as though Stephen's okay. You can see that he's got that bright orange helmet. I have in my time heard the sound of fiberglass and concrete coming together on that wall a few times when people blow that takeoff. When the wave moves right into the wall for its takeoff zone, it can be a very challenging section to make. So we've got 5 ridden by each surfer now, and Lightbound, so they've given him a 1.33 and a 1.2 on his last couple of waves now. So Lightbound with a score on the board that certainly means he's at least picking up a couple of points for his efforts. And you can hear that they're giving him a bit of applause from the pier. These surfers will head in, and a 1.2, oh, and a 4.23 for that last one of Bass. So he moves into a pretty comfortable lead here over Fletcher. Now, does that mean, Sam, that that Bass and Fletcher in this one though are being scored alongside Andy Guy, Hager and Jose Martinez and the others from this morning?
Exactly, and that's some really tough competition.
Oh wow,
and
yeah.
You know, those guys, you know, Mark Hager and Jose, they were incredible. Andy Guy was exceptional.
Absolutely
as well.
ripping.
So in that first Pron 1 semi-final, we saw Andy Guy, Tasha Davies, Mark Hager, Jose Martinez, and then we saw our women, apart from Tasha being in that first semi-final, the rest of the women in the second semi-final. Hannah Dines was the standout, but we have to now recognise that our surfers in the assist are coming up against those scores that we've seen drop for the likes of Andy Guy, Mark Hager and Jose Martinez.
14 plus points. So yeah, there was but it's good to see so many in this category, and look at the stoke on them as they come in. They're absolutely beaming from ear to ear. That's Julian Fletcher. He's almost not got enough room in his cheeks there to fit that grin in.
And I mean, a big shout out to Stephen. I mean, he was incredible there. I mean, he did get those bigger scores towards the end, and I can't express how much he emphasised how he's still learning to cope with this takeoff on the advanced setting, and he was making massive improvements. And he knows that he's got the opportunity tomorrow to better that, and he's just going to be so excited about the chance to come out. Most likely with this same running order tomorrow, we'll repeat these same heat draws, with starting with the prone 1, going to the kneeling, going to the below knee standing, then the blind partial, and then the prone unassisted, and then the all-inclusive, which is what we've got to look forward to coming up next, as we see Stephen Downs, Lewis Sutton and Joanne Mooland surfing in the all-inclusive. So these surfers haven't had the opportunity to get the categorization from attending the ISA World Parasurfing Championship. So they're working in this classification, which is a variety of potential impairments, before they get that opportunity to be put into one of the sport classifications for parasurfing.
What a start this is, with a lovely stylish cutback there from Stephen Downs in the red. Languidly leans on the inside, glances off the top for a floater, drops back in, and is going to come around that inside section, out back and shredding in the white, and moving through that inside section with speed, power and flow. Again goes onto the floater and he sticks that one. So and that was Lewis Sutton, also of England. What a start that was there, and I think Joanne Mooland in the yellow is just making it out back still, so there's going to be a little bit of a break in the action for us to hopefully catch a replay of those, because that category started off then, Sam, with an absolutely blistering display of surfing.
All three of these athletes are long-time surfers. I know Jo very well. She's new to the adaptive surfing, but she's been a long-time and able-bodied surfer. But our surfer here in red, Stephen, great takeoff up on the knees, using the handle there, and then just engaging that hand to just initiate that cut back.
Oh, the style.
Climbing and dropping. I love the lean back in the bowl.
Makes it.
Beautiful, elegant, attacking, smooth. Got that Zen Jerry Lopez-esque approach. Looking really lively. And Stephen, lifelong surfer from the age of 8. In August 2022, underwent extended full force quarter amputation of his left arm. And in February 2023 he was back in the water. That's very recent.
Yeah, that's...
And he's new to the adaptive surf scene, switching over to the knee board as recently as March this year.
Wow.
So we've got a lot to look forward to from Stephen.
So that's less than a year. It's about 8 months or so, is it? Or less, like 6 months after undergoing that operation, he's in the water and surfing again.
And Lewis, also a long-time surfer, started surfing as a child, and he looked really strong as well. So Stephen drops a 5.83 for that first score. The judges will soon drop a score for our surfer in white, as we see our surfer from the south coast, Jo Mooland. She's on the peak And that's a great feeling when you're the first
In
the
priority,
wall,
yeah.
in priority, but it's also a feeling of that kind of butterflies, a little bit of anxiety, those nerves, because you really got to nail it. You've got nobody to wait for to go first. It's your chance to shine.
Yeah.
So 6.33 for our surfer in white, Tom. So he comes out with the better of that exchange. Stephen gets the 5.83 and Lewis gets the 6.33. Stephen riding in the kneeling position, Lewis riding in the upright position. Well, we'll see that Joe will be riding in the prone position.
So Lewis taking good advantage there of being on the backhand as well. So that's with your left foot forward, and it's a difficult wave to surf backhand through that first section, this. And then I think if you get up and into the inside at the right angle, it can provide a really nice kind of pendulum chance to come in and out of the lip. But
it's a great place to train on
puzzle.
your backside. I think that's a real opportunity for all level parasurfers to be able to use the wave as a site to practice on the side that you find most challenging, because you're always going to be faced with that position at beach break competitions where you might be on a peak that only allows you to go a particular way, or you might favour a certain way but your coach recognises and you recognise that the rights or the lefts are the bigger scorers, and if you really want to progress through that round you need to commit to your more challenging side.
Yeah.
So this is why these facilities are so exciting for that opportunity to train going both ways.
So Mouland lets the first and second waves of the set go, and then is in on the third and comes off the bottom, styles it through the shoulder of the first section, and now this wave is going to speed up, so she's got to choose her line through. Takes a mid-face line through this little inside racetrack. That wave actually holding back a bit of its power, not quite as powerful as some of the other ones have been. I don't know whether, because that was the third wave of the set, I'm not sure if the wind lifted it up a little bit.
But beautifully surfed though.
Fantastically surfed. In fact, it turned into an opportunity in the end to really style through that section, and now she's got a real feel for the wave, and she'll be able to build on that score.
Exactly, Tom. And also she's somebody with a long history of wave riding who's got that real connection to the breaking energy of the wave, knows how to position herself. Mentally she knows where she needs to be on the wave. It's now a question of her adjusting to the adaptive surfing environment physically and fulfilling her potential, so that in her head she's like, I can get in that part of the wave. Now I've got to create the opportunity through my equipment, through my technique, to really put myself there.
And Stephen Downs blew the one behind on the takeoff, and now this is Louis Sutton getting moving, and this is that bit where that backhand section comes in and he goes in and out of the lip twice. Just overdoes it on that second one, but with a score in the bank already, Sutton's looking to replace a score. So it is at this kind of third of the way into the heat after wave one. Sometimes waves 2 and 3 today have tended to be the waves in the sessions where the surfers are most likely to throw away scores, as they just, they've got one in the bank and then they start to look at what else they can get done.
And Lewis, part of the Wave project in Cornwall, he won the Disabled Surfer of the Year, and the Wave project has been an NHS funded movement that was founded in Cornwall but is now happening nationally, that uses surf therapy as a form of rehabilitation for the youth. Certain people who have not succeeded in developing positives from other types of rehabilitation, through trauma, through all kinds of abuse, surfing is now something that has been clinically proven and is funded to really give people new opportunities to get through the types of traumas that they might have experienced.
Yeah, and you can fully see why, really, when you consider that when you ride a wave, that energy we see on the backside here, Stephen, a little replay coming into that inside section.
You can see the long history of surfing in Stephen there, can't you?
Yes.
Just real knowledge, ocean awareness, and really kind of his positioning, his timing. Timing is one thing that a lot of athletes that come new into the parasurfing scene, who might have a background in other sports, they then have to spend the time in waves to develop the timing to really take their surfing to an international level.
And when we consider what surfing is, the way that we move transiently through a transfer of energy that, in the case of the ocean, begins effectively with the sun's rays. The sun's rays heating the oceans, causing wind, wind causing energy, disturbing the surface of the water and then sending those waves out. And then here, of course, this energy, although created in that machine room over there, in which the mysteries, gosh, a penny for the thoughts of what goes on in that machine room. But that energy, it's energy made by surfers with their knowledge of the ocean, and I have to say that having ridden, the 1.0, up in Snowdonia, and then having seen this wave pool that they've got going on down here, the speed at which the building technology has managed to grasp the sensitivities and sensibilities of the ocean and how it operates has been something really impressive to see. And we see now a little set moving through the lineup, and so now this time Mouland holds off for the second. It was the third that she went on last time, and the wave ended up a little bit more slack than some of the others. She goes third again this time, comes out of the bottom, and there's that foam ball, rides out into a bottom turn, and now here comes the fast section, and she holds on, and that wave certainly had the energy in it, and Mouland will get a second score on the board for that. She's absolutely fine by the looks of things. Gets the foam ball and the noggin again, and just rides out with the fins first this time.
Brilliant.
Great start from Mouland there to this set.
Brilliant, just in the bowl, in the pocket, in the power section. She's going to feel good about that. And
She'll be
the
buzzing.
beauty of wiping out as a surfer is we're wiping out into breaking water. We've got that cushioning. It's not like skateboarding where you're falling on that hard ground. Yes, a nasty wipeout can hurt, but most wipeouts on a surfboard are inconsequential and they feel great.
Downs, and he blew his last one, but this time he makes it, gets down to the bottom, and he looks to do a cut back through to this inside reform, drives high off the top, sticks that one somehow, holds the outside rail to pull on through.
He's got a real laid back style, isn't he? He leans over those back fins. It's nice to watch.
Yeah, fantastic. And it's Louis Sutton on the one behind, and he's going to get the make right the way through this time. And as you said, Sam, a real awareness of the tradition of surfing in the way that he approaches that style there. And so he'll kick out, and all three surfers, buoyed by the energy of wave riding, jump into the channel, and they can't get back out there fast enough.
So Jo dropped a 3.67 for her last ride, so I feel as if this could be similar in scores. It might even go just below, maybe slightly higher. Have to kind of really get the memory bank to tick over and think what she did on that 3.67, but it's certainly going to be a keeper for Jo. And she's going to feel good about the performance she's putting in here.
Well, yeah, I think there was more engaged surfing out the back on this one, just ridden, but a slightly shorter wave than the other.
4.67 for Stephen's last wave there. So here's a replay of Jo. You really get the opportunity to compare this to the 3.67. Look at those beautiful takeoffs there. Straight into the bottom section there, just engaging that inside rail to climb, and then drops back down into the bowl section. 6.33, that 5
that's
points.
interesting.
Sensory. That's a great experience today for a lot of these parasurfers. When you said sensible, then I thought that word sensory, and that's what is particular about the experience of surfing at the wave. Is there is an opportunity for different senses to come to the foreground, because you don't have to battle to get the waves. You know that time will deliver you the waves, and you know where you need to be to take off. And one of the experiences I love here is when you have a lull and it's quiet, and then when the set breaks and you get that noise of breaking water, and you really notice the difference.
Beautiful.
In the sea you have that permanent grind, but here at the wave you have those calm periods, and then it kicks in like right now.
It's interesting as well, we sometimes I can get sucked into these etymological little lectures, right? And that word sensible, if we were about 200 or 300 years ago, Sam, as we see Mouland into this wave, if we were living 200 or 300 years ago, it would actually mean the word sensory.
There we go. So there's a deep connection.
Yeah. So if you read in sort of early modern literature, and
as all these parasurfers do.
Especially the poet who was in the last heat. The word sensible, it would actually mean that you have senses that are picking up the world around you and that you're tuned in.
So Stephen Downs there, he's back out towards the peak. He's looking to replace a 4.67. He kicked off with a 5.83, but up and riding right now, our surfer with a 6.33 and that 5.0, looking to replace a 2.53, lively through this inside section, bottom turn, top turn, standing tall, relaxing nose.
It's like Nat Young.
He's already got a lot of good work done on his previous rise and just keeping it cool through the inside, like the great Nat Young.
I saw Nat Young in the 66 Worlds there on that one. Was it 66?
Yeah, he won the 66 Worlds in San Diego. He
That's the
also
one.
won 3 ASP World Longboard
did,
titles
didn't he? You're
through
right,
the
yeah.
late 80s during the resurgence of longboarding, and of course was sponsored by Oxbow, the French company that really helped support
And-
the new platform for Renaissance longboarding in the 80s, 90s and 2000s.
And nicknamed the Animal, but his surfing was very graceful, I always thought. And here,
Talking of
flying through the
grace.
inside downs, going for it on that one. I mean,
It's
he's
the
got to
lift-
try and push something.
And I love his style, the way he just leans back
That was beautiful.
over the back feet there, and you know, commitment, flow. Stephen's got that 5.83 and that 4.67. Probably not going to go into his top 2, but exciting to watch.
Did you do some time as an Oxbow rider during those days?
Yeah, I had a long professional contract with Oxbow.
Did you meet
and I
Nat Young?
spent a lot of time with Nat and also his son
Bo.
Bo, and also Bryce.
Shapes in England a bit, Bo does, doesn't he?
Yeah, and Bo is 2 times ASP, which is now the WSL World Longboard Champion. And you know, as we get the replay here, this is like it's the technique of the lean back over the fins. For me, I
Beautiful.
love that. And the nice thing about the kneel category in surface riding in the kneeling position, of course, George Greeno has such a big role
Crystal
in
Voyager.
the development of surfing, and it was a Greeno-built fin that Nat Young was riding in 1966 when he became world champion, and George Greeno really inspired Bob McTavish and Nat Young and that generation to develop involvement surfing and ride shorter boards in a critical way, which was the precursor to the
Yeah.
shortboard revolution.
Yeah.
So kneeboarding has a big part in surf culture and a massive part in parasurfing.
Yeah, and the bottom turn, absolutely one of the sort of fundamental parts of a good wave. It's an axiomatic part of good top to bottom surfing. And you talk about Greeno, McTavish, you know, their contribution to the bottom turn. I think it's to do with the way that weight can be placed over that surfboard. And very much on that one there, downs with that bottom turn driving up the face. It kind of almost didn't really matter from there. And once he had all that speed going up the face, he just went into a sort of just an expression, an aesthetic expression.
Yeah, and that's the exciting thing about the parasurfing community, is that there's a variety of different equipment that surfers perform on, from sitting, you know, with paddles, to riding in the kneeling position, to riding prone, and that you can absorb inspiration from so many different generations of wave riders, as knee boarders, as boogie and belly boarders, as body surfers, as stand-up surfers, to gain inspiration on technique. And for me, the opportunity to see this variety of approaches makes the parasurfing events the most exciting to be at in the world.
Yeah, wow. I can certainly see what you're saying there, and we're going to be getting a little bit more of that now with Mooland going for her 5th wave of the heat, and she's right in the power section on this one now, coming round with this opening up nearly in the barrel there. I'm going to give her the Vidal Sassoon on that one for sure, Sam, and up and over. Nearly completes that ride with a floater.
Blow dry as well.
That was the wave of the heat for me, with that, you know, for her. And behind her now we've got lovely big blue open face waves coming through, and one of those will imminently be picked off by the English surfer Louis Sutton, the natural foot. He'll be going to the backside. I think they're just holding him up for a second here, I think, to make sure that judging is all up to date before he goes. So Sutton, he's waiting for some sort of signal. I know that they've got Mooland is on her way out into the channel, so here goes Sutton on the backhand, and he cranks a bit of a bottom turn there, goes out, looking to readjust and find that foam ball, pumps the board a little bit, drives off the bottom, coming through the fast inside section, off the bottom, off the top, a bit of work to make up, held behind the white water there, but he's going to push on through to get the make. And so Sutton, again, I think he'll be making a claim for one of his top 2 waves there, and it'll be interesting to see whether the judges hear that claim with clement ears or not. And behind him then the surfer in red, Stephen Downs, and he's just preparing himself to pick off his last wave of the heat, and maybe we'll see a little bit more of that top to bottom surfing that Sam praised so ably just now, and let's have a little look. I think he's going to go on this set.
Yeah, he's got time here on his side. Looks like he's going to drop into this one, and it's that sitting back style. So he's up and riding, and then you really see the opportunity. He takes a fall there, but if we reflect back on some of his earlier rides, it's that upright, and then he just leans back into his rail engagement. But
he looks to me as though with nobody else behind him or in front of him, he might be having a tilt at seeing if he can spin round and get on one, but I think it's the end of the set. He's going to stay out there. Now I can see quite a few surfers making their way into the lineup. I think that what might happen from here is there could be a little bit of a free surf session going on. I saw Mark Phipps going in the water on his daughter's board.
Yeah. All of the volunteers, the Parasurf community, the people who've been pushing and catching, and
they're going to get paid in waves.
They're going to get an opportunity to kind of get loose in the juice. But Lewis didn't go into his top two. He gets a 4.73 for his last score. So it's that opening 6.33 backed up by a 5.0, puts him in first position.
So Craig Nicol having the second go at the beach announcing here. Craig, father of the Welsh surfer, the Welsh champion Logan Nicol, does quite a bit of work behind the scenes in Welsh surfing. He's been judging at this contest, so he's getting the sense for what his own voice sounds like as he shouts out over the microphone, delivers those last scores. Mooland in the yellow did improve her heat tally on that one, Sam, with the 2.7, and she makes her way
there she is,
to shore.
Stoked. What a great session that was. And you know, that feeling of just being in that bowl section, in the pocket, you know, and potentially, you know, the closest we've seen today to a barrel, she got that. You know, she was in that bowl
I'm
section,
giving it to her.
In and out.
I'm giving it to her. She'd have had the view, she'd have heard the vortex, it'll do.
Time would have slowed down and stood still, and she'll remember that,
doesn't
and
it just?
look forward to the opportunity to go out there again tomorrow.
And she'll have had the view of the spectators looking in from the pier, and we can see a set coming through, and look, they're not going to waste anything here, and that is up and riding. I think that is again the same surfer that Mark Phipps was pushing in during the last heat there. So Mark trying to see if he can help her getting into a wave on the front side here. I'm not sure who that is now. But
so some of the highlights of this afternoon, Tom. You know, who has stood out for you? Who have you enjoyed most?
I think, that carrying on with how impressed I was last week with the Phipps family. I think Phipps was one of the standouts. I think her approach on the front side was particularly exciting. And Melissa Reid, in the first half of the day, Llewellyn Sponge, world champions do what world champions do, and I think that's what Melissa Reid very much did in her heat. So I'm also interested to see what Melissa Reid has got to do to get a higher score from the judges, because I was giving her higher scores in my mind. And I think that the role that Melissa has played in developing surfing, you know, coming in with her Paralympic experience from another sport, just like Hannah Dines has done. As we see, that's Mark Phipps there, finally getting a ride on his daughter's surfboard. He grips a rail and cruises to the inside.
And he would have shaped that surfboard as well?
He would have shaped it. I might try and catch up with him later and ask him what goes into thinking about that, you know, from the adaptive point of view. So I think the obvious ones, that, you know, Dines, Reid, I think Phipps was a standout. Yeah, and then I think Sebastian Lightbound for me as well, just being willing to make that step up.
Stephen, it was great to see.
With the pressure on, riding
Yeah.
this setting for one of the first times, his persistence, and once he was up and riding, he really had some game. So I'm going to be looking forward to 5 more waves from him tomorrow. What about you, Sam?
Well, Alex from Israel, and to see Adi Glusker as well, his coach.
Yeah.
You know, to know that the Israeli para surf community bridges, that kind of variety of surfing was really exciting. And he surfed, phenomenally. But again, Melissa Reid was a standout. I thought she was clinical. Those turns, the precision, the control. I enjoyed
power.
Being behind Stephen and really wanting him to get one of those waves after hearing him express how hard it is for him to catch those waves on the advanced setting.
Yeah.
But with time, with more experience, he'll get more and more familiar with this setting, and before you know it, he'll be taking off cleanly on every single one of those advanced sets.
So we're at the midpoint now, so we've got the leaderboard in place, and tomorrow, Sam, it's going to be another 12 o'clock start, and every single one of these heats we're going to get 5 more waves for each surfer. Can you see past the world champions tomorrow?
Well, I think there's some favourites who've really put on a show today, but I think that there's a bigger thing here about the opportunity for Paralympic inclusion,
Yes.
and I think that that's something that we should really celebrate, the fact that we've got this growing Parasurf League. This is the Welsh Parasurf Championships, but it's also part of the Parasurf League Tour, and that has visited South Africa, it's visited Costa Rica, it's visited the USA, it will go to France after this. And I think that the opportunity to continue to grow the parasurfing community and push for that Paralympic inclusion, that's the most important thing. And it's really incredible to hear the likes of Hannah Dines talking about how government funding is really helping their surfing to go to the next level. So that will really open up a broad spectrum of opportunities from all of the federations around the world to invest more money into parasurfing.
And I'd also like to add a little shout for Jose Martinez from that first heat, and the Canadian John Marinovich, the ex-snowboarder, who was out here as well. So there's a lot for us to look forward to seeing tomorrow. And I think you're exactly spot on there, Sam. We're watching each of these athletes with their own personal goals, but we now have collectively this goal, beyond the joys and the well-being of surfing, this goal of seeing surfing itself and parasurfing recognised at that highest level. So if you've been watching us today and you're anything to do with that parasurfing decision, then you can see it's clearly a no-brainer. Just imagine what this sport will look like when it's in Los Angeles, fingers crossed, in the future. We'll be seeing you at 12 tomorrow then, so a massive thanks to everyone who's contributed to this event running today. And I've been Tom Anderson, and thanks very much to Sam Bleakley for your expertise, Sam, and you yourself have spent a lot of time around this community, and it's been really wonderful to hear your take on these waves that have been being ridden today. So it's a 12 o'clock start tomorrow, and have a good evening, everyone. And don't get too distracted by whether or not there's a football game, because the action is going to be here from Washpool Palm, the Wave, for day 2 and the final results of the Welsh Parasurf Championships.